I have 6:01, Joanne. I have 6:01. My laptop says 5:58. That's interesting. 5:58. Pardon me?
6:01.
6:01.
That is weird.
Wow, that is weird. I think I
I didn't
connected
think that
to.
was. I think.
Okay. Wow, we'll split the difference and say it's 6 o'clock, and I'd like to call this meeting to order. Welcome, everyone, and thank you for coming out on this frigid occasion. This meeting is being recorded and will be posted on the city's YouTube channel. Next, we'll move on with a roll call by the council members. Please state your name, and let's start with our newest council member.
Dan Wozniak. Mike here. Tom here. Nick, Wolf here.
Marion right here.
Thank you. Move on to the consent agenda. Has everyone had a chance to review that? And if so, entertain a motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. We'll move on to reports. And I don't see the sheriff's department here yet. Kathy for the library.
Kathy Bain, Fairfax Public Library Director. We had a nice December, had a few activities. Well, some were well attended. Not a lot of people wrapping their gifts, but the 4 that did come were greatly appreciative, and that doesn't cost us anything. We've already got all the paper bought. We did have the roofer show up. He thinks, his email says that he's 95% certain that it's not shingles, but rather a leak between the siding, brick, and flashing issues. So he says it's beyond his scope to dig into. So I don't know what we do next, but
Is it coming down the walls or from the ceiling?
from the ceiling. And he said he could send pictures, but he really depict very well. He's coming in. He called it the bell tower. So I presume it's where the clock is supposed to be on the front. But he said you can follow the water down the beams to where it's coming through the ceiling. Any builders here?
And who was the guy you reached out? Was he a ripper?
He was from, well, do you know who he works for now?
It was Denise, but they got bought out by somebody else, so. I'm not sure.
Vasky?
Yeah, Vasky, yeah.
Is he the one that came there?
No. No,
I was there when they went up and in the attic and so forth, was up there with them, and you could follow it, but it appears that it's that upper roof line above the main roof. And it appears that it was getting behind the site somehow, and you did follow it type of thing.
That's accurate what that guy said.
I think so too. We've had that kind of before. The windows side of it was doing that before the windows were replaced, what, 2 years ago? Something like that. But it's been an ongoing thing, I think, ever since the building's been built. We're up there. About the only fix that I could see is take out all that siding and you start to get into it.
What kind of siding is it?
Vinyl.
Vinyl?
Yeah, it's goofy, I think, how it's kind of put together. But I know.
Yeah, because, I mean, when it was leaking before, I mean, Costigan put, I don't know, tubes and tubes and tubes of caulking up there.
Yeah, I'd say you have to get a carpenter up there, like, it's a flashing issue or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I sprayed once for snow. Hopefully sooner than later, I guess.
Let's get it all.
It got to get fixed.
Any other questions for me?
Thank you, Kathy. Fire department, looks like Brian's going to report.
Yes, I'm doing tonight. So as of tonight, we have 21 calls for service for the 16 days, so it's been kind of busy. No major issues, been good through the cold. We had a phone-in report that one of our guys took our side-by-side to Atkins to help them rescue a bunch of people that got stuck in the snowdrifts out there, because that's the only thing that we can get to them besides snowmobiles. And it turned out ours was the better choice because it had an indoor cab and whatnot, so you could sit inside and not be out in the despicable cold while you're transporting them back and forth to Atkins to get them out. They were sitting there waiting for help to come and they were running out of gas, so then they started calling 911 and away they went, so. And then as it turned out, when they got done doing the rescuing the people, and they had a medical call in town, and they ended up transporting that medical person out to Highway 30 to get to an ambulance because the roads were impassable. Good thing there, but otherwise, status quo, no major issue.
How many total calls did we have in the year 23, you know, offhand?
I believe it was, we had over 320 some, I think, as far as registered numbers, but they did 296, I think, was the official number, because sometimes you get a call in that, they call for the service and then they disregard us right away, so we get a number, but nobody actually went to the call, so it doesn't really count. Or, sometimes the dispatcher gets 2 different calls for the same one, they each run us numbers. All done in paper report, we have to use one of them. So sometimes numbers get skewed on how many, but pretty sure we're, 21 was the case number today, so. Before we go off until we officially get the rest of it taken care of come December.
Thank you, Brian.
Sure.
Building department, Chris. It doesn't sound like it's too loud.
Better.
That's a little bit better.
Chris Philip.
There you go.
Reports in the packet, we did have 5 new residential properties built in 2023. We're gonna add that in for you. P and Z map. Last month worked on some things. Yes, like I wrote this a long time ago with the, the cancellation last week. Tonight I'll be, the P and Z meeting still tonight at 7 o'clock, so I'll be leaving. We're gonna be downstairs. Anybody have any questions?
I'm just curious, what was the sign for the notice?
A wind-driven sign that said open on it, across the street. Fairfax doesn't allow any wind-driven signs. So, I don't know, every couple of years, one pops up. Take care of it.
They were all pretty wind driven here the last week.
Hopefully they're attached to something.
Thanks, Chris.
You bet.
Maintenance department. I haven't been doing anything, have you?
Not lately anyway, but when Miller Maintenance Department. And well, we've survived the snowstorm of last week, so that's been all good. We've had just a few minor little breakdowns, but nothing major, so. We've been lucky there too, that kind of. Again, goes to thanks for the equipment that we have to make it workable. There's a lot of towns around us that can't say that same thing. They have a lot of the problems in some of the communities around us. That goes with their staff too. The staff that we had, we couldn't have done what we did without them. But, so we really thank them a lot. But as I'm saying that, you can sure notice when one guy's gone. So hopefully we can get that replaced soon. But as we get the applicants, we're gonna start hopefully getting that process done. But kind of few facts that we've had over this last week. Last week, we spent over $3,000 in fuel, 944 gallons of diesel we spent last week. So the last 2 days, the guys have hauled over 100 loads of snow. We're pulling back snow and trying to get it out of there, so we're ready for the next 2 to 4 inches that come in. Because right now the curbs are higher than what we can reach, our plows won't even push them over anymore. So we're having a lot of issues there. We're still working on sidewalks, cleaning some up, cul-de-sacs. Might be the biggest piles I've seen since I've been here.
Lynn, did you move the pile, at the intersection by the Dairy Queen? Church from the highway,
Yeah, we all did. Church, the DOT did, we did, everybody did.
and they worked on
Yeah,
it, they
that
worked
pile-
on it, so I was gonna call and say something, and then I came back and it was like, oh, it's gone, voila.
That pile's for the most part gone.
Cause it was so far, so big and
Oh,
so
yeah.
far out, you couldn't see.
Yeah, try to go in the cul-de-sac, you can't go around them. And you can get to the houses, but that's not it. It's a mess everywhere, and we're gonna be working on it for days. Yeah, so you have to kind of bear with us, but we'll get it cleaned up the best we can, when we can, as long as the equipment holds up. Any questions for me?
We'll say that for all of last week, I could hear the snow plows running around before 6 o'clock every single day, no matter what the weather was. And to go out on the street and you have it pretty much clean is pretty awesome.
Yeah.
There's people I work with that live in Marion, another one on the west side of Cedar Rapids. They didn't get touched until towards the end of the day. They needed four-wheel drive just to get in to where I work, and just kind of shrugged my shoulders, and I hats off to all you guys that early to be out there to get to work is pretty awesome.
Yeah, for most part, we started around 3 o'clock or so in the morning, so we were moving pretty early. So, a lot of hours last week. It's wearing on the guys. But
I would probably ask Cindy to put maybe a little blurb on the City of Fairfax Facebook page that we are behind on cleaning some snow out, still just to the sheer volume, like sidewalks and stuff like that. I know there's a few residents mentioning sidewalks, but I think the reality is that we have to focus on the streets first and then start.
And actually, I did put something out there today, Mike, you may not have seen it yet. Because there was an inquiry about the school bus stops. I saw that. Yeah. Are they having school tomorrow? I haven't heard.
They are.
Yeah.
Our service only, so.
Hartman is open and good. We made sure that one was done today.
Hooray.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's been a battle.
Yeah, I think, yeah,
It's like a ratio number 2 in different forms.
Anything else, Lynn?
No,
Thank you.
thanks.
Water and wastewater, Brian.
Primary wastewater, other than helping them, before the winter fiasco. At the end of the year, we have a water use report that's done. So we got that filled out, that totaled 92 million gallons, is what we ended up using for this last year. We are allowed 225 million for the year, as far as our annual, or our water use permit, which just got updated as well as part of the well project. It was listed as 875 gallons a minute max, up to 125 million for the year. And now we are at 1,270 gallons a minute for 125 million for the year. So once the new well goes on, the permits will show that we can go up to that amount, whether we need to or not. It's probably not likely, but we have that limit that we were able to get to, so. That just came back yesterday, officially okayed for that, so. Before the storms, we did generator service and got all that stuff ready before it got terribly cold and made sure everything's going there for all of them. We're still waiting on DNR information for the pilot project, so our ISG meeting was canceled for this month, so. We're waiting to hear from them, otherwise the next one will be sometime in February, to continue with the next steps on that. Otherwise, it's working on budget stuff and, getting information for that and looking at the water and sewer, or the sewer line, cameras, videos and whatnot, getting a list of what the priority spots would be if we would happen to go that route, so we have a little, excuse me, a little information ahead of time. Staying busy. Anything for me?
Thank you, Brian. Parks and Recreation, Joe.
Joe Kell, Parks and Recreation Director. Everything's pretty straightforward on my update for this month. The one thing I would point out, we've already scheduled 13 of the 14 weekends for tournaments, starting on April 20th and going through the end of July. We have opened up signups for youth sports. Those have already started to come in, and Iowa Big is working on our agility equipment, although it has been slow. So, anything else you guys have for me?
What kind of tournaments do you have scheduled?
Those are all baseball tournaments. So, Fetterfield and the complex, all three of them, and they're all weekend tournaments. They use the complex and Fetter, with the exception of one tournament, which is a 16-inch slow pitch tournament. They'll just use the complex. Memorial Day weekend is the only one that we don't have booked, and we stay away from that. It's too hard to get kids to come in and work on the graduating weekend. Either they've got a sibling that's graduating or a friend or something. There's a lot of graduation parties going on, and so we tend to stay away from that weekend. Anything else? All right.
Thank you, Joe. All right, the mayor's report is in your packet. I just have a couple of quick comments here. I mentioned under general that we were reviewing glass recycling instructions as for the council suggestion at the last meeting. I do have a couple of informational packets that I'll share next month, but one of the good news things that really jumped out at me is that you don't have to remove the labels. So that'll make the process easier. And then under other events, my report's getting to be a little bit old too, but I just want to mention all the weather has caused a lot of meetings to be rescheduled, including this one. And Thursday ended up for me having the Metro Economic Alliance annual luncheon, plus back-to-back 2 different MPO meetings, plus in the evening, the Iowa League of Cities Mayor's Executive Committee is sponsoring new mayor training. And they don't consider me new anymore after 9 months, but I'm on the panel for that training. That will be virtual training to any mayors that were just elected starting in January. So a lot going on Thursday. All right, engineering, Shane.
Shane Wicks, Engineering. My reports are in the packet. Other than that, I don't have anything to maybe at this point. Are there any questions for me?
The Southside Torero has been on there for a while, still finalizing it. Is there some,
I'm sorry.
the Southside Development Trevero? That one's been on
Yeah.
there for a while. What's up with that?
It's kind of been on hold because we want to get it updated with
Annexation.
extensions and the annexation that we just done. So after we get past the CIP, we'll get that updated in the council. Good question. Any others? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Shane. Moving on to item number 6. And 7, we have a couple appointments to the Board of Adjustment. Chris, you want to talk about both of those?
Oh. Here, they put it in, they both sent an email. I think we had one guy in Cal, Jim, Kathleen, yeah. Kathleen served in Minnesota for the state government. Okay, I'm blowing off memory here. It's Cynthia, but someone pull them up.
Oh, I can pull them up. You want a resume?
Yeah, I mean, they both seem well qualified for board of adjustments, good starting position within the city volunteering boards, you know. I'll be probably as well. Lucky to get volunteers for the board of adjustment. Had an empty seat for quite some time.
So the first one is Jim.
Jim, yeah.
So, do you have any questions for Chris about that? If not, we'll entertain a motion to appoint him.
So,
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And then, same for Kathleen Shea. Need a motion to appoint her.
Motion,
Simon.
All in favor?
even if she is from Minnesota. Aye.
Thank you. Moving on to number 8. We have a presentation here. Shauna Stewart is going to be presenting her findings on our library's needs assessment. Welcome, Shauna.
Thank you. Just let me know if you want me to advance the slides.
Yeah, could you go to the next one? Yeah, that one.
This
Thank
one?
you. So just as a reminder, a refresher, that public libraries play an important role in all of our communities. They provide all kinds of educational and entertainment materials for all ages. And they are obviously available to all people, but the kinds of materials that libraries provide include books, DVDs, educational toys, games, puzzles, and quite a few libraries provide a library of things, which might be things like a sewing machine or a microscope, items that, you know, as an individual or a family, you might not be able to afford. If the library buys it and then people can check them out, then it becomes something that's useful for the community. Libraries also provide technological resources, which can include things like computers. When technology changes, they are that resource. They provide information for iPads or any other new technology. Libraries often, you know, are able to provide those for the community members who cannot afford them. So they provide access, they provide training, and those kinds of materials. Public libraries also provide educational and entertainment programming. So, you know, speakers are brought in that can provide all kinds of information that the community is interested in. Generally, librarians are responding to interests or needs, and it can be, again, for, you know, from children through adults. And those programs on any of those age groups bring your community together. And that's an important community building benefit for everybody. Libraries also provide community support services. For example, here in Fairfax, you have a very large food pantry, and that's providing obviously valuable resources to your community. There are all kinds of other ways that public libraries can support the community depending on the needs. But importantly, libraries provide a third space in a community, and research has shown
that if people, and by third space, I mean something that's not work and not home. So the public library is a free space that's open to everybody. It brings people in, it brings people together. And in that space, the public library can serve as a community center so that it's providing space for larger meetings. It can provide flexible space for all kinds of activities, whether it's educational or, again, entertainment. Often, we try to put some kind of kitchen facilities in public libraries so that, again, people can come together. People can rent out that space. You obviously have a different sort of space here. I don't know what your access is for the community, but many communities are interested in cooking or activities that do involve a kitchen. So that is a useful resource. They also can provide the creative space, which is space for smaller groups to gather and to learn and explore, again, based on all different ages. Many of our libraries now are providing space for tutoring. So small rooms where a tutor and a student can meet privately together and work for that, improvement there. There are also many libraries that are utilizing similar kind of size spaces for individuals who work from home but want, a change of scenery or need a different kind of environment. That was a very important need that was being, not universally met, but often met by public libraries during COVID, where, the children were home and were trying to do school, but somebody was needing to be able to work and work quietly. And then again, they serve as a gathering space, a place to be away from home that's informal and comfortable. And it's interesting that they asked me to come back because we recently had a family friend, their children have moved, I think, up in this development up here that you're having. And they are the kind of people who wouldn't necessarily utilize the public library, not huge readers, but they have a 2-year-old and they will be looking for free things to do. And that is an activity that is very popular for parents, a space where the children can kind of run around or explore. And again, then it brings people in at the same, ages with their children, and it's creating community that is not necessarily an expected asset, but it is an important role that public libraries can provide. Can you go to the next slide, please? Sure. So Fairfax is now a Class D library in the state of Iowa. There are 52 Class D libraries in the state. That D designation is based on population size, so it's for a population of 2,500 to 4,999. And Fairfax has had good service numbers compared to your peers. When I was here in 2022, I think, you were a Class C library. So your population has grown, you're serving more people, and your statistics then were good, and they continue to be good in most categories. And so you have a high circulation rate. Your total number of physical items currently is about 24,500, which so that's the number for 2023. In, 2022, the average holding was about 27,000. So you're about, sorry, I'm not a good math person, 24,500 to 2,700. So a couple of thousand below that. And, you know, that is a fewer items that you can provide to your community if you don't have the space in the library. And, you know, to continue to make, to keep the library looking attractive and to providing materials for that are, you know, up to date, new books, new materials, new DVDs, then libraries end up having to weed. And if you have less space, then you need more frequently to incorporate new materials, which is not always the best, you know, the most desirable, because then people are looking for materials and then you have to interlibrary loan them. You've had good numbers regarding programs and program attendance, all of which would suggest that the library is highly valued and very utilized by the community. But then next slide, please. So your building dates from 1990, which makes it about 24 years old. Your Fairfax square footage is 3,500 square feet. And as a Class D library, the average size is 8,997. So again, there are 52 libraries in your side, and you are well below the average size in the state. And in fact, you are larger by 40 square feet than Evansdale, and you two are the two smallest ones in this size of library for this size of population. So, and you can see when I was back here in 2022, you were a Class C library and you were still smaller than the average size. So, you know, size matters in what you can hold in your building, what kind of space you have available, and how that then serves the community. Next one. So recommendations for space needs, again, if you have more room, then you can grow your collections. If you have more room, you can provide larger programming spaces and usage spaces. Seating is always an issue. Again, if you're going to make your facility welcoming and available to people, then you need to have seats for them. And the recommendation for your size of library would be 46 seats, and you currently have 28. The space issue impacts your computer access, you know, the availability of workspaces for people. The state average for, again, a Class D library would be 9 areas, and you currently have 3. And obviously your staff needs workspace, and there was not a lot of dedicated space for your library staff. And then there are special use spaces, which include storage. Storage is always an important aspect for libraries. They need storage for supplies, they need storage space for their programming. You know, libraries tend to decorate for holidays or different activities, you need a place to store all of those materials so that you're not having to rebuy them all the time. Libraries often hold book sales to, make some money off of items that they are deaccessioning. Again, the food pantry is utilizing space that was intended initially, I think, to be part of your community room. And libraries are finding that it's important to create spaces that are flexible, that can be utilized in a variety of different ways. So, my recommendation based on the formulas that libraries have developed would be that, you would need a little over 9,000 square feet. But if you look at the average, well, that would put you over that average size for Class B. So I'm happy to entertain any questions that you might have.
Donna, can you give us a little bit about your background and what type of work that you do? And
Yes, I started my career as an art historian, and when we moved to Iowa, I went back and got my library science degree. And since 2018, I have been serving as one of the approved state space consultants, and have worked with over 25 libraries, coming in and helping them figure out how to utilize their space better or how to improve their space to better serve their communities.
when you go through your evaluations, do you identify if you could only do one thing and to improve one thing, do you ever make a recommendation?
I do not, because it always depends on community resources. But I mean, the one thing would be space. And it seems that you're well situated. There is space around your building, so that, whether or not you could expand into that. Or if there was some other space, there's some communities where they've had a grocery store that's gone out, or some larger space, if something like that would be available that you could move into already existing space and reconfigure it for your library needs.
To kind of couple on what Joanne asked, do we have any numbers? So for instance, you said there are 7 computer stations and we have 3, was it 28 seats and the recommendation is 46. Do we have any numbers on like concurrent users? Like how often do we have all 3 computers being used versus, 2 or 1 at a time?
In the summer, well, we don't have numbers on it. In the summer, much more so than now. And that, it used to be much more, once the kids all got computers or tablets, it cut down.
Right, I think that libraries are finding that dedicated computers the need for that is currently declining, because as Kathy was saying, a lot of the school systems have stepped up and provided laptops or MacBooks for their kids. So even if their parents don't have that resource, they can access that through their children. The same thing with Wi-Fi. What libraries, though, have done is they are generally on the leading edge of technology. So if there was another new development, to have space for that kind of, to make that available to families that don't have the resources to get it at least right off, you know, initially, so. Computers, you know, can often be utilized now for gaming, and that can bring kids in together to, you know, play together. So then, you know, some communities see that as an important way to engage children, to bring them together, to provide them an activity in a safe environment. So, you know, it can go different ways. It's not necessarily adults coming in anymore who need that. One thing that many libraries find is that adults come in and they need things printed. So still providing printing services is also very important because a lot of families don't have a printer at home.
I got a question. You spoke a lot about the roles that the library is on a very high level. What I had my eyes open is when we visited the Marion Library, like how much really is more than what I ever imagined a library could do. And I know we're not the size of Marion, but could you speak a little bit more detail about like some of those services that like we have more like sewing and free craft and big rooms for kids to you know, have their own area, and you know, there's a school right across and kids come over to school, and it just seems like such a heartbeat of a community. And maybe just people that like what you've seen in your profession, like really how library services have expanded.
Yes. I mean, libraries can provide, if they have the space, opportunities to provide any kind of services. So, some libraries can provide, you know, rooms to set up sewing machines and offer classes in sewing, or offer all kinds of, different learning opportunities in small groups or in small, in smaller groups, so that a friend group can come in, or, you know, be able to offer to have a knitting group is something that is often done. Or again, cooking classes have become very popular in public libraries because, you know, you can often get somebody who will come in and provide the program very inexpensively or for free. And so to be able to have the facility to do that. Again, you can have, you know, honestly, the more space that you have, the more opportunities you have for bringing kids in, because if they have a space where they can go, and it's often that tween group who are, you know, between, 4th, 5th grade and maybe 8th grade, that is a big population that could and would access the libraries because maybe they don't have as many activities after school and, you know, need a safe place to be and would be willing to experiment and to learn different crafts or about different, you know, topics. And of course, libraries have always been important for early reading and for the youngest children who, whether they're in preschool or home or homeschool, homeschooling groups have always utilized libraries. So it can be, you know, it can provide any of those opportunities for your community if you have different spaces that could be utilized for them. Is that?
Yeah, no, thank you for expanding on that.
So right now we have a huge homeschooling group that comes to story time.
And I've noticed, we have a nice, I mean, a fairly nice sized children's area where the kids can play. There are 3 or so of the kids that are now kind of turning 7, 8 years old, 9. And when they always participate in the story and activity, but then when we're done, they have no place to go, and they now go into the community room and sit underneath the tables just to have their own space away from their younger siblings. And I would love to have a teen space because, I mean, I've just noticed in the past, I don't know, 2 or 3 months that I've noticed that they're now doing that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, different communities provide all kinds of activities, tie dyeing or food exploration or whatever kind of crafting, becomes, sorry?
Legos.
Legos, yes, or, you know, Minecraft or building, with, engineering activities. You know, there's a whole, well, anything is possible if you have, you know, some kind of flexible space. So, and that is how, a lot of communities are utilizing their libraries, and, you know, people are interested in that, kind of free access, because there are no other, well, there are very few other free spaces in communities where you can go and, you know, be there all day and there's no charge. You don't have to buy a drink, or you don't have to buy a series of drinks or food. And, you know, you have that opportunity to explore and learn, depending on your individual proclivities.
Council have any other questions for Shawna? Thank you very much, Shawna. All right, we'll move on to item number 9. Discussion and possible motion. Oh my, lost my voice. Water tower project.
So as you all know, the water tower is gonna get down in the fall, so. And start talking about whether or not you're gonna apply liquidation damages. Being the item after this is their next pay application for roughly $67,000. And if you do want to move forward and apply whatever amount of liquidated damages you want to do, you just gotta make sure there's enough, the remaining balance on the contract. Don't get too far ahead and have to deduct at the end and good luck getting that money back. So, as it sits right now, again, the contract schedule was September 5th to October 20th, so roughly 7 weeks. And as you know, they were working up till early December, and the city, the guys here finally put the tower back into the thing December 4th. So as it sits, as of, I guess, December 3rd, the day before it went back into service, they're sitting at $51,000 in liquidated damages per the contract. So that's calculated as $1,000 a day, up until October 20th, which is the substantial completion date. And then they had another 30 days after that to get to the final completion date. And you tack on another $500 a day, total $1,500 a day for those next 30 days. Yeah, $51,000 is where they're sitting at now. Dixon estimates there's probably another 12 to 14 working days left in spring before they can finish up. So that's gonna tack on roughly $25,500. So they'll be sitting at $76,500 when all is said and done, potentially. If you want to enforce the contract.
John, that doesn't count the drainage damage or the side damage.
Oh, no, that'll get deducted as well, yeah. Yeah, they had some other items in there, they damaged an existing cable, up to the antenna, wrecked the driveway, which we can do, that was gonna wear and tear on the driveway and the adjacent lawn space. So yeah, $76,500 will potentially be sitting at, if it just takes them like 12 to 14 days to finish up in the spring. Now, the guy tracked their man hours starting October 20th, the original completion date, up through December 4th, when they put the tower back in service. And then Dixon tracked their time too. Shane and I had some time, additional admin, additional meetings, figure out what we're gonna do, how to keep them moving forward. So that is about $14,800. Now, if you look at next spring when they start up, these guys are gonna have to do more babysitting on the system again. They also tracked the additional electricity used, since the pumps were running overtime, during, while the water tower was down. So that's part of that 14,800. If you prorate that out, in the spring, when they start up again, could tack on another roughly $26,000. So when all said and done, your actual liquidated damages are gonna be about $40,000. So $76,500 estimated contract liquidated damages, about $40,000 estimated actual liquidated damages. So how that kind of ties into the remaining balance on the contract. Their current balance to finish, including this next payout, is roughly $97,000. So, I mean, you could pay them a little bit, I wouldn't recommend that. So leave enough buffer in there in case you do want to apply this $76,500 full contract liquidated damages amount. If you pay this next payout in full, you're only gonna be left with about $30,000 your remaining balance to finish out the contract. So, what are your thoughts? You have to write those numbers down and we'll be repeating.
When was this supposed to be completed again?
So there was really 2 dates, a substantial completion date, which is essentially most of the work needed to be done. That's the date that the tower had to be put back into service. It was October 20th. They technically had another 30 days, calendar days, not working days. After that, to final completion. And they even went beyond that. Because like I said, the tower got put back in service December 4th. So I went back through Dixon, of course, Dixon's inspector, did daily progress reports, looked back at the weather. You know, they didn't really show up until end of September. September 5th was the original start date. They weren't responsive. It was early October, Dixon sent them a pretty nasty email, strongly worded email, because they weren't responding to phone calls, texts. Their mailbox on the phone was full, so you couldn't even leave voicemail. Responded to emails, and finally they kind of kicked them in the butt. They warned them, like, you guys have like 2 weeks until completion date. All they've gotten done is a little bit of welding. And then they started to get a little more responsive after that, but they had plenty of time. I estimated they had 12 good days that they left on the table within that September 5th to October 20th window. Good weather, obviously that kind of work, wind, rain. Now they are technically for the contract allowed, which they haven't requested, and they wouldn't get it anyway. Is they can go back on the previous 3 years average weather during that time frame for the contract. And compare it to the actual weather nearest, National Weather Service weather station that occurred during that time frame, and the difference they could request for bad weather days. But since there was 12 good weather days left on the table, you deduct that, so there's no way they'd get up to, it wouldn't be a valid request. They haven't made a request, they never even requested a formal contract extension. They just kind of kept proceeding, and eventually we got to cold, crappy weather, and we had to shut them down, so.
How's the contract laid out for us having to pay them
So
periodically?
once a month, that's what typically they'll submit a payout by the end of the month. That gives us enough time to review it, and get it on the next council meeting. As far as the liquidated damages and the damages per the contract and the validity, I mean, it's in the contract, it's an agreed upon amount. And really those are kind of just an estimate of what, the extra time, man hours, administration, engineering, coordination. $1,000 a day, $1,500 a day after the 30-day window was open. At the time of contract, so. Again, liquidated damages are one of those things they get challenged often. We've had, at least as long as I've been working with you guys, we've had, I think, 2 projects go past the contract completion date, but they had good reasoning, and there really wasn't measurable true and actual damages because these contracts went beyond, so we never enforced them. One of them was the pump house and the COVID and supply chain issues and all that stuff, so we played nice with them. And, so I've never been involved with these. Since I started working with you guys, we had enforced it.
John, do you know, are they aware that we're looking at
Yeah,
enforcing
they've
these damages?
asked, that's why we're doing this. When they submitted this pay app, they asked for forgiveness. And I'm like, well, do what council wants to do.
Do you remember what the gap was and I don't remember when we bid this originally
Yeah, that
between,
was the other thing.
between them and the next bidder?
Contracts were signed like early April here, and the start date wasn't until September 5th. So very poor planning on their part. As long as it was an emergency project, and we just dropped it on the last minute. Their, I guess, excuse for the delays and not getting to the site until 3 weeks after the start date was just, they won bodies, but it's not enough guys on crews to go around, and they bid a lot of projects in the Midwest, the upper Midwest. So they had a lot on the table that were up against the weather approaching. And apparently, I think there was 5 or 6 of these. And that snowstorm we got at the end of November, all 5 or 6 of these projects they had, all got that, they were up against it. And guys were just running in a circle from project to project, chipping away a little bit. And apparently all 5 of these projects were supposed to be done around the same time ours was, none of them got done. So they got 5 other projects out there that they're probably also, there's probably other city councils that we're discussing right now about it yet.
Well, that snowstorm you're talking about is November, a full month after they were supposed to be done, so I have no offense, I don't really give a shit about.
And that's what,
snowstorm in November.
So, and then the whole bad weather days that they could claim after that substantial completion date on October 20th, that was up. Especially when they had 12 days of like on the table within the contract schedule, so.
Did they have to post a bond for this?
Yeah,
So like if we go after them and everyone else goes after them and they can't,
there's performance payment and obviously.
Right.
it's bond, so.
I just wonder how much they can afford if everyone's doing this,
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
chances are they might not be there in this spring
And
to
that's-
come back and finish the work.
How much work is left in that scenario?
There's not much, there's a little bit of, exterior top coat work. I think Brian, there's still a little bit of top coat work on the dry interior. And then obviously the striping and the windows.
So they got that whole other exterior coat on.
So, yeah, what they got is the little patches that you can see up there is where the braces were, so they gotta get a couple more coats on that, and then the bowl gets one more coat, final coat. And then the colors, and then the little bit of concrete at the bottom is still supposed to get painted, which is no big deal there.
Yeah.
No, it hasn't been painted from day one, but
Didn't they incorrectly apply codes too? I mean, it worked out to our advantage.
yes, so what they
They
did
didn't
is
even apply it correctly.
they put the last coat on as the third coat, so we got two last coats. Two final coats, which I was told was a way better deal for us. So we should end up with a whole better product when it's all said and done, but we gotta get it done.
Reading through a lot of those reports that you sent out, there was numerous reports that said in the inside work, there's no dehumidifier didn't run overnight. Or ran for only 2 hours, why? So they put coatings on the inside and it wasn't prepped right. And then obviously, sure, they put on a better product. On the outside, but that's not because they wanted to, because it was because of the temperature. A concern that I have is a few years down the road, are we gonna start seeing issues? You know, you got 5 layers on the outside, ultimately that's been painted, I don't know how many on the inside, but. We could, however this ends up being resolved, but I don't think it's done. I mean, what kind of warranty do we have to stand on? I mean, Dixon documented plenty, I think he did a great job, that Jacob Trotter, but. This was bumpy.
He was here, daily inspecting Dixon,
Whenever there was productive work that was worth inspecting.
so at least it was tracking on daily.
You know, cause I mean, he wasn't down there if they were, you know, welding something. He would come and they were done and sign off on it, make them correct it. That wasn't right. I think when they were painting, he was there.
Yeah, you were checking the conditions for every coat of everything, make sure it's in fact correct.
Yeah.
Be able to.
If we enforce liquidated damages, you think we'll end up in court? I just don't.
I don't know, it's one of those things where we can call them and see if they counter. Just threaten it. And if they get pissy and you're like, okay, well, we tracked our actual time and you're still at $40,000.
Just there's not a lot of money there to play with. And if we
Right, so
don't
if
pay
you-
them, will they come back in the spring?
How much do you think it would cost for someone else to finish the job?
Or,
Probably like 20% more.
yeah, I was trying to find somebody because, you know, there's not a ton of contractors that do the water tower painting stuff. Relatively out of state. I don't think there's any in Iowa.
They probably only come in after the.
Yeah, they don't wanna, you know, I don't know. They get busy. Yeah, I'm there, you know, they're. They probably got most of their workload figured out, at least spring into early summer right now, so. If we did bring in somebody else on board to finish, you probably wouldn't get them here until the end of summer and fall. And knowing that they were up against the weather and there was some challenges. They don't wanna come in and finish the top coats, and then there was one of the other intermediate coats, the primer or something, had issues and, you know. Then who do you bring back to fix it?
I was just thinking at minimum, you'd want to hold enough money back from them to make sure that in your back pocket, if you had to go to someone else,
Yeah,
you had enough remaining
yeah,
with or without the question of the.
What's what the bonds for, right?
that's
Yeah.
what the performance bond is for. And that's more geared towards if they refuse to come back. Then you pull that, and then you can pay another contractor to come in. And, no, I say that's a bad one, I'm reading everything.
Well, from what you said, Mary Ann, about worried about going to court. How they're looking worse for them as far as a judge to rule in their favor at all.
Yeah.
This would kind of game from the start on their end.
Yeah,
I mean, I think that's the step you'd have to go to if they didn't come back, because we, in good faith, we have to move forward and give them the opportunity to finish.
right.
And then if they don't, then,
Hmm.
then it gets to be a legal thing and we have to go after their bond, but it gets messy. But we're just not the only people doing this, probably, having this conversation.
It started looking like this in the middle of August when we had the pre-con meeting.
Yeah,
We discussed dates and start times, and there was a long pause with no words and a lot of thought to say, well, I might be able to get a guy there on September 7th, maybe the 8th, and then we can go from there. And then, so I think September 20th was the first day any equipment showed up other than rental stuff from somebody else.
yeah.
And then I think it was 3 days later when welders showed up.
And they have this on their books the entire
Yeah,
season,
it's like.
so.
And the general, so there was a general contractor, it's in the Cole, actually, the contract with him. The guy hasn't done anything, like semi-retired, and he just uses the same painting crew and stuff. And they had, he had called me, way after the bid opening, he didn't even have the, we didn't even formally award the bid, he already knew that he was gonna use this December 5 industrial county, which is the same. There was, he had his sub on board too. There wasn't any, and, you know, lead times and everything else for that type of paint material and the lead times aren't long. Yeah, just for planning.
When that Dixon guy was here, I remember asking him, is this Semper V Semper 5 reputable? He says, yeah,
Yeah,
he didn't hesitate with that.
yeah.
So that doesn't add up with clear to the other end, and I scratched my head with Dixon, how did you not know? Or what didn't you tell us?
Most of that was just from previous years in the past, they had good with them, so this has never happened, you know, this company,
Yeah,
up until this point. Yeah, and this year, after this year.
That doesn't add up, right? I mean, he
Yeah.
says that, and we got this, plus all these other projects. There's something there that.
After this whole, he said they will never recommend again.
yeah. The unfortunate part, like the bidding laws in Iowa, you can't, pre-qualify. I mean, unless there's a lot of red flags, but it's tough to blacklist somebody.
Was there a big gap between their quote and the next lowest quote? I just, that's.
Yeah, if I remember, I think second place was like 370 or 70,000, they were like 344,000. We had eight bids. Oh, yeah. So that's kind of one of the things with the low bidding laws, it's easily paid for.
John, could you repeat the numbers? If we paid this total pay app number 2 in the amount of 66.5, what would be
So you'll
remaining
have-
to pay them?
It only leaves 30,000.
Yeah.
Which isn't enough to cover anything.
$30,475 left, if you pay this one in full.
I'm
I
on,
mean, you can do a partial, you can do, I mean, a pay app,
So I guess we need to look at what number we think is what we actually have to recoup all the costs we have. And
So that-
subtract the two, this pay app and the different, and the retainage, and if they get anything, they would get the difference.
Yeah,
As-
so, and that, if you do end up enforcing a contract liquidated damages. And Dixon is correct in saying that will take 12 to 14 working days to finish out the spring. And we start counting days again, $76,500. What it would be. So, if you did want to pay him a chunk, the current balance to finish is $96,975. So if you wanted to leave, say, $85,000 in there, just to leave some wiggle room, you could pay him $10,000 now. But
Right, because we have miscellaneous damages to allow for too, that we
Yeah.
haven't.
I mean, I think the partial amount right now is zero.
and that would be my recommendation.
I'm thinking
It's not to pay
zero.
them anything.
We kind of call their bluff, that's what we tell them is. And if they come back, like I said, they have done no justification. They didn't request a contract extension. They didn't provide any, weather data or even make an effort to claim bad weather data.
Bad weather days.
So we can just tell them no. And press us, like, tell us why you think we should, they haven't made no effort.
So we could table this.
Yeah, we could, I mean, the
Table it
next
next month.
item is pay app and just,
But keep in mind, there's multiple other projects that got put on hold too, so,
right,
you
so
know,
when we get.
training to be put on hold again.
So Brian and I have talked about that, and I think, I wanted to wait till after this council meeting tomorrow morning. To communicate with, the contractor in Dixon, when we expect them back. Or at least when Brian thinks he wants to take the tower out of service. Give them enough room to get it done, and then we leave enough room after that before starting the splash pad. The tower needs to be in service before the splash pad starts up. So, yeah, Brian, Lynn, both you guys involved. So,
We should be a short window depending on the weather and everything else.
yeah,
Shoot for the teams of April and take it down, and then they got till, I think they say 20 something in May.
yeah.
They're trying, so it's a whole month worth of 16 working days, they should be able to get that done.
Yeah,
Right, so cut it short from the 20th of May, cut it to the 11th.
Well, it is what it is, as fast as possible, but there was a drop dead date number that it was, no matter what, it's going back on service because. And it have to be whatever
yeah,
it is.
and then. The actual liquidated damages after that, you can't put a splash pad on, I mean, you can put a value in that. And your actual liquidated damages could end up exceeding the contract liquidated damages.
And then what's the warranty? I mean, what?
2-year maintenance bond,
2 years.
2-year maintenance bond. Typically, there's only 1-year maintenance bond. Shane and I requested the exit now. No, not us. So do we have to do a 13-month walkthrough? The contractor has to come back 13 months after final completion with Dixon and Brian and Lynn, city staff, and inspect the water tower for any, flaking and whatever. And,
Is it possible month 24? Done again, just in-house to check again, is,
yeah, and Dixon, they made it sound like if, and Kevin, I don't agree with this too, is if, any poor workmanship or any issue that showed up, in the paint would show its face pretty quick. It's not something that, if it were gonna show its face, it would happen well within.
3-year maintenance or 2, 3 years.
Yeah.
And we got a contract for every 2 years, it gets inspected by McGuire Iron anyway, so. Every year it gets inside, outside gets inspected by a totally different group.
I just know the industry I'm in, vehicles, every day, all day. And I see every day, all day, 4 jobs when they come in. And that job may have been done a year ago, 2 years ago, sometimes it takes a long time, and you're talking 5 layers on the outside to work its way through. It could have been that first layer that was done before, but it takes time, that heating, contracting multiple times to finally see it. Who knows inside, who knows even their fire multiple times. Fortunately, it's just a bad.
Kind of.
Yeah, I mean, it's nothing on you guys, I mean,
Hoping for the best.
Dixon, he was there, good knows, but it's the end of that maintenance, 2 years.
They would have started on time, we wouldn't be talking about anything.
I appreciate manpower issues, everybody's paid for them, but this is all of their maintenance, so I don't really see paying them anything until it gets resolved. I wouldn't give the 10 away. And no, like you said, like John said, they never asked for anything. They left time on the table, we gave them plenty of extra time.
Yeah, and they knew that the council meeting was going to, was originally supposed to be this week. I was expecting them over the last week to get hold of me, what the council decided, no. They didn't know the council meeting got postponed.
So council is inclined to table this item, is that what I'm hearing? Cynthia, under number 9, do we need a motion to table number 10?
Well,
Or no action?
on number 9, are you gonna take action to make a statement that you are withholding payment until,
What's the correct way to handle that? Because legally, I don't want to get to an issue.
Right.
We didn't do something correctly.
That's what I'm wondering on number 9, whether we need a
So it's in the general provisions of the contract that you have every right to withhold payment. If they start showing signs of, you could have withheld the early pay. That wasn't submitted until like end of October. That was after the financial completion date. So even when they start showing signs of their backs up against the wall, project owner has every right to reject whatever amount they feel is necessary for withholding whatever amount.
To cover our,
That's it.
any of our concerns.
And that's just not just like a SUDAS or haul and haul.
Because we can validate all the
Which it's the
totals.
National Engineering Joint Committee, whatever, it's their contract language, so.
I know they have the right to, but I think officially it would take a motion by the council and a vote to
Yeah,
invoke that right, to come to the decision that we're going to withhold payment at this time because of the situation and until further information or work is done, something like that.
So do I hear that motion?
So is that what we're looking at, basically a motion to withhold payment,
Due to
December 5 due to. breach of
liquidated
contract
damages.
and Liquidated damages.
And
Keep it simple, keep it at that.
Okay, motion on the floor,
Second.
all in favor?
Fine.
I,
Thank you. Good discussion on that. Unfortunate that we had to have, but, so that means number 10,
that was.
that was 9 and 10 is off. And we'll move on to number 11, the East Cemetery Road Trail Project. Looks like Shane's passing out some additional information.
Thanks, Shane.
I think they looked at doing that at the time, but it didn't.
All right, so the East Cemetery Road Trail Project. We've had it, basically we've been on it for, kind of been on hold for 3 years. I think we've had full funding now since, October. Is that right, John? October 23. So, handed out a couple of exhibits there. Just want to go over the project a little bit. So we're kind of going back and forth whether or not to move forward with the project. We got funding through the MPO. And after the December council meeting, we went ahead and submitted for additional funding. And so ultimately, the council needs to decide whether or not we want to approve a resolution to support that funding request to the MPO. So right now, the project, your initial, kind of going back and forth, I'll say initial, but not quite right, but the initial project was estimated at $1.07 million. We had $857,000 awarded through the MPO, and the city's current matching amount would be $214,000. So after the December meeting, we went back and looked at, John and I looked at a few things. Couple of things that impacted the price was they changed the funding source from federal, so there's more admin, acquisition costs, all those types of things are higher. So that caused price increases and then inflation. So those numbers were originated before COVID, and that we had a year of 10%. So John and I went back and looked at it. We put a little bit more contingency in there, assuming some more storm sewer and other things to try to minimize impact to the adjacent properties. So the revised application that he submitted, the deadline was December 20th, May 20th. So the new project is estimated at $1,697,000. $626,000 additional dollars. The possible total awarded funds through the MPO would be $1,358,000, and then the city's match would be $339,000 if we get the additional funds. So I had the numbers jotted down. I forgot to bring them with me, but I think there's 6, maybe 7 other trail projects that are committed for MPO funding that go around for a total of like $5 million some odd dollars. And there's $3.5 million in that range available. So there's about 2/3 amount of money available in our requests. Whether or not this project is 100%, it's 2/3. We won't find out until probably July if we can make a resolution. So that's the number of the application. Did want to run through the council on a couple of things. So I handed out a couple of exhibits. First exhibit is just this regional trails map. Back in October, Cedar Rapids, Lee County, and the MPO had held open house on regional trail planning, and this is the map they had out. I talked with one of the representatives from the MPO, and how Fairfax is actually proposing that trail up on East Cemetery Road. They reflected on along Prairie Creek. And I know back when we first were applying for funds, we kind of looked at both options. I know John and I think Joe was probably involved. Few people met with the trail committee, people that have bike walk in the area. And they actually recommended they prefer to see it along East Cemetery Road, so that's what we ended up going with. But as you can see, the regional plans did not reflect that at all. So at this point, as far as we're aware, the city of Cedar Rapids, Lynn County don't have any real plans to connect to the trail. Doesn't mean it couldn't happen in 5 years, especially if the Fairfax builds it, and may create some incentive to do that. But I know Lynn County is putting a lot of their focus on Morgan Creek and the trail connection up through there and across the river. So, but I just wanted to point out the kind of the current regional trails planning map. And then the other document is the just kind of a preliminary concept layout, conceptual layout that John had put together. And I just want to run through that with the group, council member and staff. Just so everybody's kind of aware what the project is. So right now, back in 16, 17, we improved East Cemetery Road, paved the trail on the north side of that road. And, that trail runs across 80th Street and goes along the south side of a city detention pond there and ties into, Driftwood Lane, I think, where that trail ties into, so the trail does connect to that neighborhood, those neighborhoods, I don't know, look at it, the development north and east of 80th Street, East Cemetery Road, and South Highway 51. So there is paved sidewalks, paved local streets for bike and walking connectivity to the trail system. It's obviously not the most direct route. I do know going out there, taking some pictures, looking at some things. John and I were originally working at this, and then again, we were doing the application last month. You see a lot of people out walking on East Cemetery Road, walking their dogs, and out walking. I think if the trail is built, it'll definitely get utilized. But it's one of those things where East Cemetery Road it's not a heavy use road. I don't think there's a big concern for most people to walk along the shoulder there as is, but again, if the council decides, let's build that trail. Then we can use it, just it may not get extended for a long time. So we run through those plan sheets. The first page is kind of the overall regional map. The next pages are kind of zoomed in to reflect the trail improvements. So starting at Driftwood Lane, and we, similar to what's out there currently on East Cemetery Road, we do a paved trail along the north side of East Cemetery Road. So just east of Driftwood Lane, right now, some of you may have the picture, some of you may not. There's a pretty significant ditch on the north side. So those houses that back up to East Cemetery Road, they have sheds, gardens, trees, shrubs, etc., all the way to their back property line. That area would likely get disturbed with this. You'd have to basically move that ditch north into their back lots, the back of their lots. There is existing drainage easement on the back of those lots. I do not know the logic in a lot of this. If you move east, you'll see there's that same drainage easement, and the drainage way is installed in the easement, not in the ditch. But here, the drainage way is installed in the ditch, so to make this trail project work, we would have to relocate that ditch north and get back to the lot, go back into the lot. So, and again, you're gonna have to have some sort of easement and or right of way acquisition as part of this project. We're not anticipating any easement acquisition since there's a drainage easement there. We just end up moving that drainage ditch into their backyard.
So there's fences all along the backyard.
There's fences back there.
All the fences would have to
Get
get.
moved, yeah.
Some
Sheds
poles.
that get moved out of there. Gardens. All that stuff.
But how much? Those curved and moved.
I think we're anticipating, was it 20 feet, 22 feet, give or take? I mean, until we get, topographic survey and into design, that's all they're saying. The easement was originally 35 feet back there. And I know one of the property owners back there built a pool and they wanted to vacate that easement, and I worked with Chris, Bill, and we kind of looked at that and we're like, well, if we do this trail, we're gonna need some of that drainage, and we're gonna have to relocate that ditch. So I think they vacated more 10 feet, left 25 foot of drainage easement. So now we showed some storm sewer improvements in there, try to minimize the ditch. It wouldn't look as bad now. I don't know if those backyards actually sit lower than the street, so I don't know if there'd be enough cover to put a storm sewer in there. Again, until you get into final design, it's hard to say. But, and again, I'm just providing the information so you're aware of the impacts of this project, the cost on people. So the next sheet is just kind of, we move to the east. So we just have a few more houses shown in there, and then we have the Driftwood Park shown in there. Obviously Driftwood Park, city owns that, so we have to tweak the ditch there, but that's not as big of a deal. Mostly green space and impacting individual property owners, so. East of the Driftwood Park is a detention basin, and that detention basin, and once you get, there's that box culvert. And once you get east of the park, that shoulder is built out. There's kind of a level shoulder on the north side of the road there, and then the ditch is actually into the property, into that basin. You can kind of see, I think there's a gravel / rock bottom on that ditch on the east side of that page. So that ditch there is falling in that 35-foot drainage easement. So the next couple pages really would have minimal impact to the property owners. Well, part of it is city owned, and part of the detention, and part of it is that ditch is already in that 35-foot drainage easement. Back of the lots. Look at page 3, kind of shows extending to the east and where the trail across the Skyview Avenue and back to the lots there at 705 and 715. First Street. And again, minimal impact. The shoulder there is, there's an earthen shoulder grass, pretty wide. Minimal grading that we can get the trail in that area. Go east to Highland, and east of Highland, there's 3 lots there. There's drainage easement in that area. We're probably gonna have to do some grading on that easterly lot, that 105 Bluff Drive. There's a bunch of trees. Some of those trees are probably actually in the right of way. Probably gonna have to remove some of those trees, do some regrading, reshaping. I don't know if we just be able to do a ditch in there, or a retaining wall. Until again, the design would be hard to say exactly. I think it should be the next page down.
No, I think maybe I'm one page too far.
Yeah, one more off.
One more.
One more. Right there. Yeah.
Okay.
You scroll to the right. See some trees and stuff in the back of that lot. And then the next page, we go east. Harold McCormick's property. There's a little ditch there, the driveway is kind of at a high point. But the road sits lower, and once you get up north of the right of way in his property, it sits quite a bit higher through there, so we probably have to do some temporary grading. It's hard to say exactly. We reflect some temporary easements. We might be able to make it work without doing any permanent improvements in that area, but we do reflect taking that easterly corner, either an easement or right away. McCormick's property, because we're gonna have to get the drainage that comes off that field from his driveway, get it down to the low point. That gray area is a little concrete fume, there's an area intake there, whatever intersection that goes to storm sewer. You want that water to run, ideally to run under the trail instead of over the trail there. Then the property just to the east of McCormick's is city property. So we just bump it up and around and north, the drainage improvements and then tie back in Sunflower. Then you get east of there. Get into the backyard, I have to acquire some easements. Either put in some storm sewer or some reshaping for some drainage. Get the drainage off that trail in the old backyards. Drain it away from the trail into the west. And then Ridge Drive, and then there's the Blood's property, east of that, and that property drops off significantly from the roadway. so there'll be significant grading and fill in that area. Some drainage, he's got, I think, 3 or 4 trees down there that might get impacted. Yes. We'll put some back depth estimates on what we do to try to make that work and take a design. Sorry, exactly, but, you know, his property would definitely be impacted if we extend the trail east of Ridge Drive. And then there's the detention basin behind the Blood's house, east of the Blood's house, and then the corporate limits there. And that drops off, you see that we show the trail stopping there, and it's difficult to get it all the way to the corporate limits. The other issue with that is when those developments happen, there was 7-foot right of way dedicated. The county right of way, the north half is 33-foot, dedicated 7, so there's 40-foot half street right of way along the stretch of roadway on East Cemetery Road, but then you get to the corporate limits, you go back 33 feet. Well, we just show the trail in there, which was originally how it was meant to. We didn't change that original smell.
Does it make sense to remove east of Ridge Drive?
That's definitely a possibility. I mean, I think we'd have to point that out to the NPO in their consideration, but at least if you didn't do the trail, you'd have connectivity at Ridge Drive. Yeah. That extra section, you know, you put in 150 feet or whatever that is. I don't know, there's a lot of value there.
So the cost, 1.6 total for the project is the estimate, 1.66, right? Roughly,
169.
so 1.7,
Mm-hmm.
and then total cost to the city is projected cost.
339.
Yeah, the total projected cost is 1.697, 1.7. And then if we get all the funds the city requested, the city would have, the MPO would participate at 1,358,000. And then the city's responsibility would be 339,000.
And is there, if they approve, when does that have to be done by? Does that put it out a few more years?
So these last funds, so right now, the funds that have been approved are available now. But the last funds that we're requesting, that we just applied for, aren't available till 28. Now, I sent an email into Liz with the MPO, because I know when we were applying, she was talking about seeing if they can move it around and make it available sooner. But I just wanted to get some verification from her on that. I don't know if she'd have an answer at this point anyways on that or not, but I haven't heard back from her. But I think that these last funds wouldn't be available in 28, so I think we currently have 145,000 budget that was probably established 2 years ago, maybe more, I don't know, simply maybe more that, but so we could start doing some preliminary design and stuff like that, and then we could do some right of way acquisition, you know, plan on it next year, and then final design and have it ready to go for 28. And if they can move the funds up a year or two, then it's still out 4 years, so there's definitely time. But the NPO also wants to know that we're moving forward with it or not, so.
Thing on the right of way acquisitions, because it's a trail per se, it's not an automatic thing, we can't condemn it. So if we bump into any property owners along the way that don't go along with the right of way acquisition, what happens?
Yeah, and so, yeah, you can't condemn property for trail right away. I don't know if some of that stuff, and again, you know, we want to get this into the application, look at, you know, approximate cost, so we assume so much right away / easements. I don't know what the requirements are, if we do easements, like we do drainage easements or something like that. You know, that especially on the west side of the rock, of the proposed trail, there's already a drainage easement. So if you're not putting a trail on people's property, we're putting drainage easement, you know, we're moving the drainage on your property, so. Well, I don't know technically what the drainage way, drainage improvements in the drainage easement, so I don't think there's any issues with that legally. Now, yeah, we need to acquire property from the McCormick, for example, that you could definitely pull that out. And now if we're gonna acquire, we're not actually putting a trail on the property, but we may need to reshape a few things to get drainage underneath the trail and right away. Then we might have to acquire a drainage easement. Can we do that? Can we condemn for a drainage easement for a trail project? I don't know. It's a good point.
But that's the only property you'd have to acquire, right?
I don't know, again. Like with floods, you'd have to do the grading on their property, and it would be changed where the existing drainage is going. There's some intakes that are kind of either the right of way or just in the properties, and we have to move some of those intakes a little further north. We have to do some reshaping. So it may end up being that you would make it work out, depending on how we design it, that we're just acquiring drainage easements for everything.
Or if you think woods is an issue, I mean, why go out that far? Yeah, just take it out.
Well, it was like McCormick's isn't the easy. You know, or other properties, I mean, I just stood out there because I know it's a big parcel, and he was there before all the development, and there's no easement that is helped. With some of that, it's been developed and established with drainage easements.
Yeah, I hear you correctly on the homes along Driftwood, or however many it is, like 10 or so, would be impacting their fences and property at the southern end of their lot.
Yeah, if you look at that second street, you can kind of see the photo from different. You know. Like on 437 Driftwood Lane. You know, they got some landscaping in the back that would go away, and then next to that, 439 goes right to the shed. You know, I'm not sure there's a family on. And the family is fairly mobile, but still, you know, it definitely, you know, it impacts those backyards and usable space that they probably have.
Permanent basis.
How far do you think we'd have to encroach in their yards?
So on that exhibit, I think John had drawn a dash line, a dark bold line that's dash, dot, and cause an anticipated edge of drainage swale. It's just to give an idea, again, you know, until we get out and do sort of survey and design it, it's hard to say either, but.
A lot of impact on Driftwood Lane for a trail that goes to nowhere.
I know.
Well, I have some information for you, I have some numbers for you guys to chew on. This proposed trail, and this is not gonna be the popular view. The proposed trail is about 3/4 of a mile. We are at least 3 miles away from the nearest connecting trail in Cedar Rapids. That trail that we would connect to in Cedar Rapids is at Edgewood and General Mills. That trail goes 1/4 mile to the north to 33rd Avenue and stops. The nearest trail for Cedar Rapids to connect to would be down towards C Street towards Ely, which was about 4 miles. So you have the city that's gonna need to commit to 4 miles worth of trail. The county to commit to 3 miles worth of trail in order to hook up to that 3/4 miles of trail that we're gonna spend almost $340,000 on, regardless of how much we're getting from MPO. We're still gonna need to spend $340,000 on a trail that, Mike, like you just said, goes nowhere. And I'm not so certain that that $340,000 couldn't be better spent somewhere else. Now, as a Parks and Rec director, I want as many trails as we possibly can. But I don't believe that particular location, and talking with Roman Kiefer, who is the head of the MPO right now, he believes the county has forgotten about us. Has forgotten about that connection from General Mills to Fairfax. They have, there's a new sexier trail to the north of Cedar Rapids towards Hiawatha that they have their sights on. So it could be 5 years before the county would connect to another 4-mile trail that goes nowhere. It could be 10 years, it could be 15 years, it could be 30 years before they ever connect to that. And we would have that trail that, again, goes nowhere. People that are currently using East Cemetery Road to get to the Prairie Creek Trail to get into Fairfax are not having any problems getting to that part of East Cemetery Road. All of those neighborhoods have sidewalks, they're able to use their sidewalks. We actually have, if you remember, we have a designated bike route from Prairie View Circle and Williams Boulevard all the way through there down to 80th Street and East Cemetery Road, which is where the trail starts to go towards the Prairie Creek Trail. Those are just some things for you guys to think about as you're looking at this.
Well, I think originally when we looked at doing all this, we were on their short-term plan for them to do that. So I'm not sure what happened.
There's a 6-year trail out there.
But you know what I mean?
That's really what it's at.
I think that they were saying like, yeah, if you do this, we're gonna hook up to you, and it was pretty short term, it wasn't long term.
You mean a government official promised something and then we
No.
done that promise?
I know.
Well, there's a particular representative in Cedar Rapids, I don't remember his name, so I'm not even gonna try it, because I don't remember who it is. That was really a big proponent of the Morgan Creek Trail, and that got pushed through. That one went through, they got everything, all the funding they wanted, and that all happened. And again, that particular person, I do not believe really has any, they just don't care if they connect to Fairfax or not. That's not something that's on their short list, I believe, right now. And I don't believe Roman thinks it is either.
If you want me to project where they're gonna care about trails, because I use the trail on Cemetery, but my kids go up to Morgan Creek all the time. There's people all the time on those trails. If you're wondering if there's ever gonna be a connection from Cedar Rapids to somewhere, it's gonna be along 80th Street up until it hits E Avenue.
Probably.
And Morgan Creek that way.
And Morgan Creek via that way.
So maybe
So-
we look at like connecting the trail north at some point
I would look at that, and then
and just don't do anything with this.
this was Bernie's love child from a few years ago, and I appreciate that he got 80% of it funded, but basically it shifted, prior to it shifted at the county and city level.
Right.
I don't see extending the trail out to the east to nothing, and then impacting a bunch of properties along the way, especially some that might be troublesome.
Well, when we
To do
looked
what?
at it, they thought they were talking like they were going to hook us up to all the way down to Edgewood Road, which would have been great, because we could have gone to Edgewood Road and people could then have been able to. But if they're not gonna look at connecting that, then it really, it seems silly to me.
My opinion, I think it's, the city
Personally, too.
to connect with other Cedar Rapids, Walford, all those, that's important, but you gotta look at what, Joe, you talk about all the time about what the city, what the residents are gonna use.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I use 80th Street all day, multiple times a day, and I see people walking on that road every day. Now, they could go up and they could walk up Driftwood, but I don't see that. But don't get hung up on the fact that Cedar Rapids doesn't want to connect going further east or going north up to Morgan Creek. I mean, they don't really want to have anything to do with Cedar Rapids per se, but is it still going to get used? What do the residents use? I mean, trails connect. I mean, I remember you say that a lot, and they do. But used right now, the way it sits.
There's not a barricade for them not to be able to get to a trail right now. There is sidewalks, there's roads in good sized roads that they can get to 80th Street and East Cemetery Road, and that's really where the trail begins to get down over across Prairie Creek. And there's not a barricade from them getting there. You know, there's not like a big green space
Right.
that they have to walk their bike through to get to a trail.
Right.
They
But the
have
way
a
it stands
pavement.
now, they're using East Cemetery to get to that trail.
Right.
And it's what the residents are using, so I just don't want us to lose sight of, hey, this is still being used, it's not, let's see if it's gonna get used. Understand the ramifications and easements and possibly property acquisitions, but to get hung up on a brick trail that goes to nowhere, it's more of the residents gonna use it.
I think the thing with the money, you know, we can get this trail and it's not gonna cost us
Oh,
very much.
Why not?
So, you know, like if we look at doing the same trail somewhere else in town, the NPO probably wouldn't help us pay because it won't.
Because it's an in-town.
It's an
trail.
in-town trail and doesn't connect to them
So,
per se.
And the residents are out and about and still in that area. That's the way I come to work. When I come to work at 5:15, 5:30 in the morning, there are people out walking along that area all over the place. There is nothing that prevents them or again prohibits them from being able to get out and utilizing the sidewalks or whatever, because those sidewalks, over in that area, the sidewalks go all the way to 151 over to Williams Boulevard. There's not a part where the sidewalk stops and then you have 4 or 5 blocks before the sidewalk picks up. Sidewalk system goes all the way over there. There are people out and about in that area all of the time.
Yeah, and what I see from Driftwood on up to the county, you got maybe a handful of half a dozen people that walk the road daily, but that's about it. It's the same people every day, they're just going for their whole.
And they're probably not gonna walk down to Edgewood if it was there.
No.
I never, when I was walking my dog, riding bikes with my kids, did I think, that'd be great, riding all the way to look at KDM and PMX. That'd be just
Well,
super.
the other thing, it's all industry over there.
Yeah, right.
well, railroad crossing.
Is there ever gonna be a trail going further?
I don't know, it seems to me like the direction, like that we, with all the improvements we're gonna make on West Cemetery, that the next connection for us would be to connect new part, old part. Which is what we did here, new old part to new part, and people didn't wanna pay for that, and we did it anyway. You know, cause we had to put the bridge in and it was expensive, but we felt it was important to keep us connected.
As the growth of the city goes, I think realistically, if we're looking for connection, is to go back to Morton Creek, because look where we're expanding now primarily. We're going north, so we're looking to tie new and old Fairfax to Harlan Heights, which is already kind of an idea there. But then if we're gonna do that and go around the walking path around the big detention pond, and then further north as it expands past, 23rd and up there. That I think would be a better long-term focus, and even though it is only $339,000 out of pocket, if we get the 80% through, that 339 can be better put to use on other projects.
Well, if it's
Don't say that.
2028,
gonna say,
it could be
I
done.
can never say that. I was going to say, like, another 100 square feet of library space. But,
And so, Mary Ann, you talked about putting the money elsewhere, it might that too. The MPO is going through their LRTP, long range transportation planning process, they do it every 5 years. And we're in that process, we're actually sitting down here in the next. Start looking at identifying projects that we put on the MPO. Most possible, it doesn't mean we'll get it, but we can definitely identify a trailhead, on 80th or through Harlan Heights that also
Yeah.
connects on 80th, that will tie into Morton Creek. So, it doesn't mean that if the city lets go of this funding, I'm not gonna get funding for that in a couple of years, but it is a possibility.
and I would rather see a trail, but heading up north towards 30 overpass and Stony Point and Morton Creek, while there's still no development there. I don't like coming back as we would do to the people on Driftwood and Joe Blood and all them, coming back after the fact and saying, hey, we're gonna rip out your shed and your fence and your trees so we could put a path on there. I'd rather do it now before you see a lot of residential or light commercial around along the 80th Street. See that put into the plans beforehand.
Well, we know we have to do stuff with the trail up at the pond up north in that development. So, I just was under the impression that they were actually going to do something with their end of the trail. If they're not, then it just really does seem silly. That
Well,
was
and
what, that was the catalyst for this whole thing was, if we do this, then they're gonna come out and meet us, and then we can at least get to town safely. But that doesn't sound like that's happening anytime in the near future.
To Shane's point, it could be 5 years, it could be 50 years, it may never happen. So that's what you're kind of hedging on. What I'm basing my opinion on is a conversation with Kiefer that said that the county has lost sight of the connection to Fairfax. And Joanne, you and I had this conversation, and I had asked you, when you meet with them, please remind them. But even he admitted that they had lost sight. They found a 6-year trail.
Well, I think to Joe's point, I think the county just assumes, especially with the industrial park going in there in the next, whatever, 5 years, 30 years. That's all gonna become Cedar Rapids, so they don't wanna put,
Right.
money and dollars to a trail in there that ultimately is gonna be Cedar Rapids. They're focusing on the Morgan Creek in those areas, which become large county parks and connectivity for those areas.
Well, when Highway 100 was finally completed, they projected over, I think it was between 30 and 50 years, the population of the northwest side of Cedar Rapids, and to include Salem, Fairfax, is going to increase by about 25 to 30,000. So if you're trying to guess where you're going to see residential development, it's going to be along that. You already see it happening. Both Hartland Heights, Stony Point, looking to extend out all the way up to the 100 bypass on the west side of 80th Street there, all the way to the further development of Stony Point on the north side of the coming cone all the way to Morgan Creek. So
Your question about could we put that money somewhere else on something else? I made a note a few minutes ago to look up which bond, so I think we've borrowed
Where the
either
money came from?
140 or 145,000 already for it, not the 339, because that's the number. So we could spend that money on any bond purpose that was listed in that bond, and there was certainly other purposes. And then, look for the date and the exact amount that was allocated towards the trail. We could spend it on any of those stated purposes. And I will look that up. I don't have it.
Is that subliminal? That's
Well, we're
So the only action item under this project is the resolution to authorize the application for additional funding. If council wishes to, abandon the project, then you would not want to adopt that.
Right.
We should let the NPO know as well.
well, I guess that's the next question possibly, because I was gonna say, are we gonna look to formally abandon the project so the funds can be released back to the MPO?
Yeah, we haven't signed a DOT agreement or any
Yeah.
actual agreement yet with the state, so that kind of saves the hassle for the funding that already has to come in, so.
Yeah, I meet with both people, 2 of the 3 MPO groups on Thursday. There's nothing on the agenda to address this other than individual city updates. I'd have to check to see what the process would be to
turn the money back in.
turn the money back in.
Or
And
shift it to something moving.
we can't do anything with the MPO money. It just goes back into their pocket.
And then they
You have
reallocate.
to reapply
Yeah.
for something else.
But there's 140 that we bonded for. Well, we
Of our own money.
Yeah, that's the only cash you have on hand. We haven't gotten any money from them, so.
It's just their process takes so long. By the time it gets here in 28, it could be go up another, 150. So it's like you're never
They're at 0 on that if it's 2028.
you're never quite getting there.
So
Do we need to?
on the resolution, we need to take some kind of action from here. Do we table it? No?
No, you didn't.
No action.
You took no action, you didn't approve it. And I would suggest that, yeah, you let them know that
Right.
council discussed and ask them what the next step. Maybe we need to pass a resolution in February stating that we're not planning on going ahead with this project.
Right. Okay. Thanks, Jim. that takes care of number 11. Moving on to number 12. Amending the official zoning map and zoning district boundaries. At our last meeting in January, we went through and approved the first reading. This is the impacting the Iowa land. Recently annexed property that's going through the rezoning process. So what we've got on the agenda tonight is the second and possible third reading.
And I know you already had the hearing about this, but after the last meeting, I did have a resident come in and ask some questions. They live on Fairfax Road and recently purchased another property there as a rental. And she asked what, Alliant, is planning on doing with the property. And I explained to her that we didn't have any building permits, you know, anything definite. They don't, you know, they're out shopping it. And, so she took copies of the M1 light industrial zoning code to see what the possibilities are. And I did let her know that the P&Z is currently discussing that and may make some revisions, and that was all her question.
Okay. For me?
So there was someone that did.
So,
I'll make a motion for the second reading.
I'll second.
need a roll call, huh?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Now we'll consider a motion to suspend being the second council meeting, so we're gonna suspend the third reading.
I'll second.
Okay. Roll call, Marianne?
Nay.
Aye.
Okay,
What is this?
so what we're voting on is the second reading got approved. Now we're deciding whether or not to also suspend the third reading tonight, or to approve the third reading, or to wait till next month for the
Didn't
third.
waive the
It-
prior one.
It just puts it like into effect a month earlier than it
We have
would.
to read it again next month.
We have to
Yeah.
read it again next.
We.
If you say
we
nay.
did 1 month from last meeting to see if there was any input from the public,
And there was.
and there was one.
1%.
So far, we've got a nay and a mixed aye.
Yes.
And to suspend the rules on an ordinance, you need a supermajority. So if you get another nay, you're gonna wait till February.
Okay, Dan's still thinking. Tom, you want to vote?
Aye.
Uh-oh, he's the deciding vote. Right off the bat, he's
So
got
much
his name in
pressure,
the
yeah.
minutes.
Nay.
Oh, okay, he's making this, okay.
Cold move,
So-
Cotton.
Can I ask, Miriam, your reason for nay is just to give other residents a chance to bring?
I just don't feel like there's any big rush to push this forward, and planning and zoning is looking at making changes. And I just know until this happens, things can't happen. I just want to slow things
Is your
down.
biggest concern like the definitions of what qualifies as light industrial?
I just think it's very vague, and we're gonna get someone that's gonna move forward with something we're not gonna like, and we're gonna be legally stuck with it because there's too much fluff in that ordinance, and I think that needs to be cleared up before we do end up with a problem.
I mean, I know I'm downstairs, but how far away is P&Z from bringing something?
Well, this just makes it go another month before it's approved, so it just gives a little bit more wiggle room and.
And that reference is kind of what Spanky talked about with fire and, okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of things.
Yeah, there's some things further down on the agenda that P&Z has already recommended, but not addressing everything. I think that was brought up.
Yeah,
They're meeting right now.
right.
Yeah, those are sitting
They're
downstairs.
meeting right now.
Yeah.
So the second reading has been approved, but it will appear next month again as the third reading.
That's correct, come back up 1 minute.
Okay,
Fine,
let's move on. To item number 13. All right, the other thing P and Z has been working on is the future land use map. Chris would talk about this if he is here, but I'll just say a couple words. This is, again, trying to be a little bit more aggressive about where we would want future annexation borders to be. And what the step one is to make sure the future land use map reflects some ideas in that area. So in your packet,
Cynthia, can you go to the actual map itself? I think the next one down, or the last one on that. Well, a little bit. Yeah,
This is their proposed.
yeah. This is what. So the proposed industrial down in the bottom corner, Lefeview Road, obviously runs south. And you look, there's residential on the west side of Lefeview Road. Obviously, who knows when the area south of Trevero is going to develop. But I'm putting this in the back pocket kind of to think of going forward, not necessarily to chew off the side to the west of Lefevere, but doesn't it make sense to have industrial on the west side of Lefevere? Does residential make sense right there? You've got red commercial on the east, you know, on both sides, same with that residential. And to me, it's a natural fit for that all yellow to be industrial. I don't believe there's any homes in there right now, what it's zoned, that obviously that's all farmland. You do have that, whatever that, right there out by the railroad track, residential along there, but I'm just throwing that out there as thoughts going forward. You know, putting it out there for future industrial growth and.
I'll mention one conversation I had with Chris and looking at some of this before P and Z looked at it. Is there is some consideration that if we ever want to consider more. Hate to use the word affordable housing because that has a negative connotation, but if we wanted to look at smaller lot sizes. That area in yellow would be more conducive to that than joining Heartland Heights possibly.
And I just want to interject a caution. So the only thing on your agenda is to set a public hearing date. All of this conversation should be in
oh
February.
gosh,
During
okay,
the
okay,
hearing.
we're setting the public hearing date. I thought we were having the public
No,
hearing.
it sounded like
Okay,
we
all
were.
right,
All right.
holy buckets,
It
we're
sounds
way off.
like we were.
Thank you, yeah.
For next month,
Holy
and
buckets.
Chris will be here, so.
Yeah, we're just setting a hearing date, and you have to have a hearing because it's part of the comp plan.
Right.
So,
Right,
So is that then set the public hearing date for the next meeting?
Yes.
So moved.
Oh, that's fine, I already made that motion.
Did you
That's fine.
second?
Oh, you did?
That's fine.
okay, we need a roll call on that, please.
I'm old.
A roll call?
Done.
Just a side question, would it be appropriate to have a P and Z member attend our next meeting while this public hearing is going on to explain their logic behind it, or will Chris?
Chris wants to have Chris, it doesn't have to be here, maybe. Bring up the point he was asking about changing the usage, so we can have all of that worked out, not talk about it here now, but worked out beforehand of making some changes to the future zoning between Lefevere and St. Patrick's, or, you know, it all the way out to 151.
I do have a question on the map that was up. It doesn't say light industrial, heavy industrial, it just says industrial. Is that sufficient or do we?
That's typical on a future land use map.
So
It's pretty vague.
But I mean, if we don't ever want heavy industrial there, do we need to specify that it's light so someone doesn't say down the road, well, it says industrial, it could be heavy.
No, because we just don't have to approve.
We don't
change
know
that.
Yeah, that'd be part of the rezoning,
Yeah.
cause you're not zoning it industrial at this point.
This was just a feature.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you know, people are like, well, it says, so therefore it can be.
Okay,
I know.
all right, so,
Yeah, I'm just saying, it's probably get in trouble.
all right, so that was the future land use map. Public hearing has been established for next month. We'll move on to item number 14. Also establishing a public hearing on revisions to the zoning codes. We're just setting the date without needing to know the details.
Motion.
Second.
Roll call, please.
I,
Aye.
Thank you. Two more of those.
Yeah.
Number 15, resolution to set time and place for a public hearing for the purpose of soliciting written and oral comments on the West Cemetery Road Bridge project options for next month.
Motion for the February 13th meeting. Second.
Just a little bit of input, can I just inject some? So the first two are public hearings required by Iowa code, because you're modifying the comp plan of the zoning code. This isn't required by Iowa code, but we kind of talked with staff and the mayor that we thought it would be a good idea to have a public hearing that, so the residents have a dedicated time where they can give their input.
I think so too.
Is that gonna be in the facts possibly?
Oh, yeah, all of these.
Can you put a cap on how much input they can give and then why?
You
Well,
can do time. Laura. You
We
can
have
do time
a
limit.
7-minute limit. And then I think it maybe even talks about even if you're under the if you're repeating, if you're not bringing in
Information.
It has to be new information. They can't just keep
Yeah.
saying the same thing over and
Yeah.
over again.
So, yeah.
And leave that to Joanne to. Timer.
I'm gonna bring my, yeah,
Timer changes to red.
right, do they have little cards that say 60 seconds remain or whatever, yes.
So sorry, I didn't mean to
No,
interrupt
that's
that. I
fine.
just
That's
wanted
good
to
addition.
I think it's a good idea.
clarify that.
So, did we have a motion? on
Yeah, yeah, you have a motion in a second.
that? Okay, so we need a roll call. Tom?
I,
Thank you. Number 16. This was originally going to happen earlier, but since we rescheduled the council meeting, now we need to set a new time and place for a public hearing on the water main extension under the railroad
Yeah,
for next month. Lots of public hearings next month.
Motion.
Second.
Roll call, please. Marion?
I,
Aye.
Thank you. All right, number 17. Joe has updated agreement with the Fairfax Youth Sports Association that he'd like to talk about.
Yeah, really, the biggest update is just food costs. Anytime that we allow, an approved civic organization to go in and run the concession stand as a fundraiser like we did with the Sons of the American Legion for the, car show, there is an amount that is split for food cost and, what's profit. And so 39.62 was food cost in 2023. That was left over from 2022. 2023, it actually was about 50%. It was 50.01 or 49.99 or something. So it's just been changed to 50% for food cost. Other than that, there's always, some punctuation or a typo that I find, and that's really about it. The main change was for the 50% food cost.
Any discussion or questions for Joe on that? Not, and entertain a motion.
Okay. Second.
Roll call, please. Marion?
I,
Aye.
Thank you. Number 18, consider resolution to approve the revised community room rental agreement. Cynthia, you want to share that information?
yeah, we, added about, it wasn't as clear about the additional cost if we get called in for a reason. And so the highlighted is, making it more clear.
Do you have issues with the thermostat like you used to? Or did,
Yeah, people call, but we have them that the guys can do it remotely, now. We had a couple issues with the elevator alarm going off recently. It just seems like there's always something new that somebody this weekend.
They like to hit the button in the elevator here last year. Never, the first, just the last year, it never really happened anytime before. But it's just on and off, right up and down, but we're flushing, then we get the call.
Sunday, somebody locked themselves out of the building. They left their key in here and hadn't properly unlocked. I mean, it's just, yeah.
When they do the elevator, of course, it goes,
calls out?
oh yeah, basically dispatch and somebody stuck in the elevator, but fire hasn't got dispatched yet, but.
They call either Lynn or I's phone, and then we call who's on call.
Has it always been $100 for Fairfax residents, or was it 25 per day?
It's always been 100.
Is.
Is the half price for nonprofits out of somewhere else, the non-resident rate or the resident rate? I assume non-resident.
Non-resident rate, 75. And then if they're a nonprofit in Fairfax, it's free.
Any other questions for Cynthia on those changes?
Motion.
Okay, need a second? Roll call, Marianne?
Aye.
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 Tom?
Aye, sorry.
Thank you. Number 19. Consider resolution to approve the new job descriptions for parks. Joe, you want to talk about those?
Yeah, so the concession worker and the grounds crew, there's some wording in there, basically about being nice to the people they work with. Fostering a positive work environment is how Aaron put it. Aaron actually worked on those. And again, the rest of them, there's always typos or punctuation or grammar that we fixed. That was it on that one. The assistant to the parks director, there wasn't really any change to that one because that was such a brand new position and that was really just done. But we thought we'd do them all at once as long as we were doing them. And then the Parks and Rec director, there's some additional wording on there. And I did highlight where I changed that. So if there's anything anybody has any questions on, there's also a strike through where I took some wording out.
Just curious, number 10 where it says turn in receipts promptly versus a set day. Why not set quantity of days versus promptly?
Well, promptly typically would be the very next business day. However, there are things that may come up that would prevent me from getting receipts in the very next business day. However, though, I don't believe, Cynthia, that there's ever been an issue with the receipts being turned in on promptly or on time. It's just a matter of wording.
Yeah, Tina's a tiger, she'll go after.
Yeah.
She goes after everybody.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, that's right.
But there could be something. I could be in an accident on the way to work with the receipts in my hand and have to go to the hospital and may not be able to turn them in.
Turn this bus around.
Yeah, so there's, yeah. So there's always something that may come up that would prevent that, but.
Don't be wrecking that truck, Joe.
What's that? I'll wreck your truck.
And don't break anything new.
And don't break anything new. Lynn doesn't give me anything new anymore.
No, I mean in your body.
Oh, yeah. Anything else that's highlighted that there's any questions about, or I changed some wording on page 2 about the other groups that I would meet with. There's I don't always meet with other, park directors or, you know, sometimes they're called different things in different instances, so I just included all of that. Yeah, I think it's up at the top. Or their representatives, I'd say,
Oh, yeah.
yeah. And then I don't know what the highlighted one is below that.
You're talking about the flex
Flex
schedule.
schedule.
Oh, yeah, the flex schedule was not part of the job description originally. The flex schedule was added after I had been in the role for about 6 months. And we had realized that 8 hours in a day wasn't the schedule for a parks director when they had to work every weekend. So I added the flex schedule to the.
And it had been already added to the employee personnel policy.
That is correct. It was just not in the job description. So again, all of these were, everybody's doing job descriptions at the beginning of the year. We did ours, so it's all out there. I will say the concession worker, the grounds crew, there has been a change to the child labor laws that went into effect that allows them to work later on work or school nights and non-school nights. And so, in fact, the child labor sign-off form from the parent isn't even necessary anymore. The state said we don't need to have it. Sorry for keeping you on, Mike.
Oh, man,
I'm
you are
done.
so boring.
I'm done.
Why was 13 cross for the volunteers?
What, can you read it to me exactly what it says?
Develop a process to solicit volunteers, perform background checks.
Oh, because we don't do background checks on volunteers. And, there's not a process right now to solicit volunteers. In fact, that's why we have people that we pay for in the concession stand, and why FYSA has turned all of it over to the city to have paid staff, because volunteers just isn't something that we can do right now. It's not a viable option for us to get people to work.
By paid staff, you're including like part-time, summer help.
Anybody that we pay that's on the parks, so, yeah.
You do have coaches, volunteers.
You know, we have coaching volunteers, correct?
They do background checks, don't they?
Excuse me?
I hope not, otherwise I wouldn't be a coach anymore.
No,
No.
we don't do criminal
No.
checks. However, there's a app that I have that can tell me where there's a sexual predator within X amount of miles of Fairfax, and I check everybody on that.
We had have background checks through Prairie. And there were actually a couple of coaches that had issues that they were flagged when they went through the background check. So that might be something we might want to check.
Well, and we have talked about this before. It's difficult enough to get people to volunteer, but when you start making them fill out paperwork for background checks, they're just not gonna volunteer. Whether there's anything on their background check or not, they're just not gonna volunteer. And so it's not that we don't, we turn a blind eye to it, because I do follow up with the predator, child molester. I do follow up with all of that type of stuff. We just don't do something where they have to sign off on and says we're gonna do a background check on it. And in my opinion, at this point, I don't believe that would be something that would be in our benefit.
Have you ever had to tell someone that they couldn't coach because
Yeah.
of that?
I've had to tell people they
And-
couldn't coach.
And did they give you any blowback? Or
No.
did they just walk away?
Just walk away. And I've had people that coached for me for a few years, and I had to call and tell them they couldn't coach for me in the future. So it's not an easy conversation, but it's a conversation that I'm willing to have. And I think that's one of the reasons why the parents are so trustworthy of the program, is they know that I'm gonna take care of that kind of stuff. That I'm not gonna put their child or their player in a situation that compromises their safety at anything, for any reason. And they're okay with that. But yes, I've told people they can't coach it.
Any other questions for Joe on that? If not, need a motion to approve the new job descriptions.
Motion.
Second.
Roll call, Tom?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Item number 20. Cedar quotes. Lynn, you wanna come up to the microphone and talk about that?
Well, this is just another piece of equipment to kind of add to our stuff that we have to help us with projects that we've been doing in the past and future. It's just a cedar that would mount on a skid loader or a tractor for a 3-point. So we found something that's universal for both, so we wouldn't be stuck with one piece of equipment. We kind of like the 3-point idea, but our tractor that we have is antique. So we don't know at what point we'll get rid of that, or it's a skid loader. I think we'll always have a skid loader. So either way. And it's something that we currently can afford. I think I put it in my wish list for maybe next year, but as I was looking through our budget, what we have left, I think we can do it this year between the parks and the streets. 50% of both, we should be able to buy it really easy right now. Then coming this spring, to give you an idea, we have, what is there, about 7 acres roughly around the pond that we're gonna have to end up seeding. Between us and Schrader's, they're gonna do some, we're gonna do some, but we're both doing basically 7 acres. And then we actually have area around the new water, new water treatment facility. So we're gonna be seeding that. So in the past, what we've been doing is either I bring my walk behind in, Brian brings his walk behind in, and we walk it. And we do have a small pull behind that we hook onto a Kubota or a lawnmower and try to pull it, but we're looking at doing something a little bit less manual.
You bring your own
Yeah,
cedar from home.
yep. So we're just trying to get something.
Don't have a pole behind just for
We
a
have a
tractor.
small pull behind too, but it just depends what you're doing and where you're working, what's easiest and most convenient at the time for what we use. This is actually one that mounts, so it has it's a drop cedar, 72-inch, has kind of a compactor in the front and back of it, so it kind of pushes down the rocks as you go, and then it drops the seed and the compactor kind of smooths it down as you drive back, so it's kind of a neat little machine.
I'll be honest, my initial thought is, how often would that get used year in, year out? I mean, on
Spring and fall.
a regular basis.
More than you think, because even like this year with all the sound damage, most of that we've done with the plows, most of that's probably gonna be by hand yet. So this machine will be too big for that. But every time we get in a project, we're grading beside the sidewalk or doing something, we've already did around the ground storage.
That you would use a 72-inch wide cedar, you would use that for.
We would use that mounted on the machine compared to doing it all by hand. So all that stuff over by the ground storage, we pretty much do it by hand. You know, kind of time saver, labor saver, and so forth.
You don't really have a small utility tractor, or the one you have is old?
The one we have is old, with an old John Deere, what is it,
2140, and it was around when I was 6 years old, I
I
think.
think the engine's been replaced.
Was running it.
Yeah, engine's been replaced on it, repainted. It still runs,
Right.
but it's been okay, don't wanna lose it. Hate to lose it.
What do you got on it, just a bucket?
We don't even have a bucket for it. We have a wood smower for it and a blade for the back. We got, what else do we have for it? You used to have the generator.
Gill and this, it was built for it.
Yeah, we used to have a generator, so when we lost power, it was either used at the fire station or the leak. That ran 24/7 then.
Versions of something, 72 inches. 7 inches, back it's
So we're looking at a smaller version. We have a bed track machine that we use for the trails and so forth. What was it, Brian? You remember 7?
Yeah, it's almost the same price.
For 48?
Got the size.
for 48 in.
To do the exact same thing.
So yeah, that was kind of what I was first initially looking at, and then I seen that, and I was like, yeah, I don't think so. What you, but
And that's for a drill seeder rather than just a full behind spray and then.
it's a drop seeder.
Yeah,
They,
pushes the seed.
Yeah.
they roll it in the front,
Right.
it kind of breaks it up, and then drops the seed, and then a roller makes the cultivator in the back.
Oh, I see, it's not a drill seeder.
Not a drill seeder, no. So there's same drill, or drilling, they make a, what they call it, a tillin seed version of it, but it was, I think, 14 or 15 type. And that would be ideal, but I can't really justify that. I don't think we would get the use of it. And we already have the, what's my name? Good over, yeah. Oh, like the Harley rig? Harley rig, that's what, like, we already have the Harley rig and we already have the tiller, so we already have that capability of breaking up stuff, breaking up the soil, working the soil. We even have an old cultivator that was kind of handed to us one way or another, that works on the John Deere tractor, so we have other methods of breaking up that soil. So this is just basically.
And that was one to the 3.1.
Yeah. Yeah, the cultivator we have was originally a tunnel fold, and we converted it to a 3-point, which is a little too much for the tractor, but it works.
Which one were you thinking about getting?
I would probably go the cheapest one, that 8,900. The only worst thing about it, it's about 5-6 hours away.
So you have to send somebody up to get it.
We
and
would
then
have to
ship it
drive
to
up
you?
to get it. I already checked in the shipping. If we do the shipping, it's gonna be about $900 more. I think we could drive there for a day to go put it in the back of the truck and bring it back, but. and
So
that
what's
could-
what's the cost to have somebody go get it and come back?
Labor,
You're
mileage.
getting
But I
gas.
mean, what does that look like? I'm just thinking Creminga's in Monticello.
Yeah, which is,
So if it's gonna cost,
And if you have problems with it or something.
if it's gonna
that
cost
really-
$800 to go get something halfway across the state,
yeah, that's
you can go get something in Monticello and then they'll service whatever. I
it's
just,
$1,000. It's up to you guys on that.
so I guess it depends on what,
So, the
diesel fuel alone, I guess it depends on what you drive, but.
gas pickup, but the conversations I've had with all these companies, the lowest priced one, they can't keep them in stock. And they love the machine and they can't keep them in stock. They've sent them down to Washington. Everybody else is kind of vague and what is it? And they're looking at it and they haven't been real familiar with it. So that was kind of positive for me with talking to that company, and I grew up in Webster City. I even talked to the implement back there and they were new of the thing, but they never got me price back. So. But yeah,
I'm
They're all
more,
the same
I'm more
thing.
inclined to say, I don't know, what's the one in Monticello is cheaper, but just tell you to buy what I would consider local.
yeah. well,
Because if it's gonna cost you $500 to send somebody over there with fuel and whatever else, it just, to me, for the $500, it just would make more sense to buy it somewhere where if you do have a problem or an issue.
$1,000 difference. 8,900 to 9,900.
I see that, so that's why I was asking, how much do you think it costs? Fuel and somebody's time and to drive all the way over there? To get the one that's,
And the cost of not having that person.
that's what I mean, they're not here, they're,
Yep.
yeah. So even if it's $500, I mean, for $500.
Hardin? Is that by Sioux Falls or where is it?
It's just north of the Sioux City.
So you
Right
got
in that area.
10-hour day.
Ways.
And fuel and then food, because they're gone all day and.
It's a long drive.
It's fine.
Oh, yeah, I've driven it.
That's just
I've
what I'm
never
saying,
driven
for the, you know. It's gonna cost you, say, $500 for them to do that, so then you're only saving $500 and. You're
And then what do
buying,
you do when you service it? Yeah.
well, I don't,
Well, that's kind of crazy to me, just as you look at the prices, they're the same price. P&K, yeah, we can get you 10.5, you know, they're just the same darn machine.
I can justify 1,000, I can't justify 2. Say,
Do I hear a motion from Mary Ann?
that would be my motion, just to do it and be done with it, but.
From Amiga Motors.
Second?
Are you moving along there?
Looks like Dan, I don't think Dan.
I know, we have a lot to cover yet.
Yeah.
so
But
it's
Dan,
like-
Dan has some questions here.
Okay,
I really taking it back by that, so I'll second that. You bring your own hand stuff from home, and come on, you need something. That is great. I'll second that. I was against that, but you got nothing.
Hang on, there's still discussion going on. Okay, Dan?
You wrote the check. I'm just curious from, you're saying it saves, man hours and obviously pain of doing it manually. Just curious what the payback period would be, like how far out versus, like how efficient it would make your job today. Like how many years out would it be?
The piece of equipment, I don't think it, from everything I've found out about it, I think they have this piece of equipment, they have not really changed it in over 20 years. So it's something, the design's been there for a long time. So I think it's nothing that's really gonna break down, it shouldn't really rot. It's a pretty simple machine. So I think longevity wise, it's gonna last the city a long time.
How many hours would it free up in labor?
Oh, boy, just for what we get at ground storage, you're gonna take me a couple days. Probably 2 to 3 days as a minimum, and compared to half a day to a day, so. It, labor time and gets you on the other projects quicker. But going around the pond that we have here coming up, that we have to do this spring, I don't know how much time I'll save there.
Well, this is for another discussion, that's why I was asking about your utility tractor,
Yeah, I think
all that pond maintenance.
I'd like to be toward your tractor, but like what, eventually I'd like to, I can't testify yet, I'd like to change that John Deere into a cab tractor with a bat wing so we can reach over.
Sure.
And make it safer for the guys that are inside. Because John Deere tractor, you're sitting outside, you're sitting exposed, you don't have a wing mower, so that's just something that I just can't justify it yet, because I don't think it will be used
Later.
as much. But someday I think it would be nice, but the thing look like the street. No, I'd like a big load, but I can't quite justify.
those are expensive.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
The streets. But around the park of the pond itself, boy, if we do that by hand, we'll probably be there a week, plus. Do that by hand, trying to get it done right, but
I think I'd just be curious to see, here's the cost of this. Here's what savings you could get over here. So over the course of whether it's a single year, 3 years, 5 years, whatever the time period you pay it off. You say maintenance is minimal.
it kind of depends on the projects that come in too. Even like if you're looking at around the pond, if you're doing a week around that, working now, this machine you'll probably have done within a half day to day. The same amount of labor,
One person.
one person.
And really, you're not even sure what you'll use it on, because there could be projects come up that you don't even know about.
You never know.
You might be seeing the rest of the Lynn Street Park instead of having
Yeah.
more out there.
You're 7 acres up on pond,
I think that's what.
if you paid a contractor to do that, you'd be looking at $17,000 to get that seeding done. For one time, 7 acres of seed,
And just,
versus the price of this piece, and their labor is cheaper, and you get free uses there. It's not a one-time deal.
ballpark the labor.
Yeah,
The labor's doing it in-house the current way. What that would be, you just have to take a couple of weeks.
Up there, probably a good week, if the conditions are right and everything. Plus, you don't really have to do it, And the rentals, I looked for rental, they ain't around. They ain't around.
how many days worth of seed do you think you do a year?
In the spring, when we do the sod repair from the snow, we probably spend a week to 2 weeks, depending.
You sod for that or you seed it?
Season.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't do sod because no water.
No water.
So the seed, at least you have a 50% chance of growing. Beyond that, it's touching up holes where people dug in the diamonds, or water low spots. Boy, a lot. We go through a lot of seed
So at least 2 or 3 weeks worth of seeding a year.
in the spring and fall.
And probably, yeah,
Both times a year, I'd say that's pretty close.
2 or 3 guys.
Yeah, usually 2 to 3. Springtime sometimes.
So getting something that sees a little nicer, you can cut that labor down,
Yeah.
free up further stuff. It's more just time that you're.
Yes, and some of it, it'll still be by hand because it's so small and you can't justify that machine for that. But the 2 projects that we have this spring, yeah, I think they'll kind of pay for it. So.
You're right.
The grounds or the well house. I mean,
Okay. Yeah, 'cause that's 15 acres.
15. So
Yeah. The wells, the Bella Farms area is 15 acres, so we'll have to do this for.
15 and then 7 out around the farm.
Oh, we gotta see that this year?
Yeah, this spring.
Yeah.
Well, then we'll have to come back and reseed it after construction, after wells are actually put in, so. Yeah, you're gonna do the 15 acres, you're probably gonna do a quarter of that twice.
So
It's
it's
still
rather
pretty
have
projects,
higher
that'll
than-
pay for itself.
It'll pay for itself next year.
That's what I mean.
We'll-
I made a motion, did we have a second?
Yeah, I think there's
Yes.
motion for it.
Tom
Yes.
seconded.
Stay there. Okay.
So I need a roll call. Oh, wait, just a motion.
Yeah.
So all in favor?
Right.
What do we?
Buying this here.
Which one?
990.
She made a motion,
9,900.
Kaminga.
We get from Monticello.
So I have, 4 ayes. I'm waiting for a 5th.
Heard said I, are you looking at me?
No, at Dan. I haven't heard. So
He's thinking.
aye, okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Item number 21, discussion possible motion on the newsletter policy. Cynthia's been working on this.
Well, we just got a draft. We had hoped, we sent it to the attorney. And we've asked for feedback from them, but we have not received it yet. Don't really know where the disconnect is. But we thought we'd throw what we've got as drafted and get your ideas, or if, is this the kind of thing you were looking for, or?
That last line before the last bullet should say, will not allow. I don't think.
Where at?
City.
So, on the bottom where it says. the
Oh,
city of
will,
Fairfax.
not will. Okay. The rest of it look
Yeah,
like what you were looking for?
I think so.
So if something comes in, who determines yea or nay?
Well, at
At the
this
moment-
point, I would say I would. What?
Should we include that in the policy though?
I'm just saying is, it doesn't say,
To be reviewed by X.
right,
Add that.
City staff or what?
Probably, you don't want to name names, you just say city staff probably.
Or staff and mayor or what, I don't know.
Yeah, I think the mayor would probably be involved if there was a question.
And then, fix the typo, add a section about who would do it, and then hopefully by February, get the attorney's input.
One other possible suggestion as we're working on this. Do we want, an anticipation that something will be approved? Do we want an immediate moratorium?
What do you mean? You mean in the meantime?
In the meantime,
That we,
while this is being decided? Or do you want to wait till the final version is decided? So for example, if something came in, somebody wanted to put in next newsletter. Our next newsletter deadline is
I think that'd be appropriate.
Saturday, right, Cynthia?
right,
So
so,
we only have a few days, but
so we'll, in the interim, we'll follow this, even though it's not official yet. And anything that wouldn't fall in there, we will tell them we're in the process of it, and we'll get back to you after it's finalized. Does that make sense?
It's
Who came up with the verbiage for the? Like we're set to place opinions or public statements.
Joanne and I worked on this.
Have any suggestions or questions, Dan?
I agree in spirit, I just think that opinions is big.
So
Because it's
maybe,
in the eye of the beholder who placed the quote unquote statement / opinion. But I think this is potentially something to run by,
the attorney,
yeah.
Yeah, we've already sent it to them. We just haven't heard back from them.
he's
Well,
usually,
right, but they're good at finding loopholes.
Right,
Yeah,
yeah, that's why we don't want you to approve it tonight, because we're still waiting to hear from the attorney. It's already
yeah, he's
sent to them.
usually, he's pretty good
We
about,
sent it to them in February.
yeah. Or no.
February?
Not,
December.
yeah.
So
But
maybe,
do it.
maybe make the changes and send it to Phil and say, did your dog eat this? Kind of
They
thing.
probably went straight to voicemail, they don't check it. I would say maybe to ask to them, because they'll add their own opinion to it. I'm trying to anticipate someone complaining to Dan's point, oh, what do you mean opinion? I think it's fact. If they object to, say, city staff rejecting the ad, do we even want to put into place some sort of like, well, you would take it to, what would I say?
Well, we could say that if staff rejects it and the person isn't happy with that, to put it on the
Appeal to
next
the
to council. Yeah,
Appeal to the council. Do we want to go that far? Because somebody's gonna put something in there, I know what's gonna happen.
Then it would end up being on city.
You just need to say that the city has the final say, the council has the final say on
Do we
what,
even have to bring it to?
on what is or is not placed in
Do
the.
we even have to bring it to city council and just email it to us and we can say this is, no.
I can't get a
a
decision.
quorum
No,
via email.
no, yeah.
But she could say that the city council has final say, and then if they do come, we can say no, and then they just have to go away.
If they really wanted, they could get a special council meeting, pay for
Yeah.
Just
You
saying,
just proceed,
if you want to
Cynthia.
pay for
Yeah.
city staff and, you know, all the money, all that big dollar.
With the attorney.
And an attorney to travel here and,
Yeah, you can
I
add,
just don't
they
know
will
if we
pay
wanna
costs for
add-
any special
or
meeting.
see if the attorney thinks it would be a good idea to add that. In case someone starts complaining, saying, well, that's my truth, therefore it should be in there.
Well, it doesn't say just opinions. It says opinions
Place
or
opinion.
public statements, so that could be what they think is true.
Yeah,
Or just flat, please put my advertisement in the paper, it's my opinion.
So I think that was good discussion. I don't think we need a motion, do we, Cynthia?
No,
To be continued.
And a moratorium, do we need to do something about that?
What do you think, Cynthia? Do we need a motion for the moratorium part?
that this policy is effective. Subject to, immediately subject to review by our attorney, some kind of lingo.
that's up to you. I don't have any problem saying that we're in the process of revising, setting this, and so we're not gonna take any
anything.
kind of action at this time. And if they don't like it, then it'll be on
no
your.
ads in the
agenda.
newsletter or no do ads?
No questionable ads in the newsletter until this gets. reviewed.
Well, we will allow advertisements and stuff. It just, if it falls down in the area of will not allow, then I'm gonna tell them they would have to wait, unless, if you wanna make a motion to that effect, feel free to make a motion to that effect. I'm just telling you, I'm comfortable with telling them.
Problem.
I don't. So.
When those who like to rock the boat.
It's what I'm wrong.
All right, so we're going without the motion then?
Yeah.
Moving on to item number 22. Concerning employee compensation for 2024. You have in your packet numerous information. Including current wages. Cynthia did some research on ClerkNet to see what some other communities are doing. Also, there's an impact sheet in there based off what you might do, US employment cost indexes, what Social Security is doing. Also, it's not included in this agenda topic, but further down the agenda in your budget information, if you looked at that quickly, you'll see what our new assessed valuations are. If you want to look at the big picture as to, are we have more money or less money to work with before we make these decisions? You have lots of information in front of you, and it is typical in cities to give percentage increases. We didn't find anybody, did we, Cynthia, that did other than that? So open for discussion.
And I can open up on the screen whatever info you want.
This wasn't in your packet, but I just noticed recently in the Gazette, Cedar Rapids is releasing a little bit of information about what they're doing. And it looks like they're doing, depending on position, 4 to 5% increases.
So I look back on, there's that City of Fairfax wage history report, and in there, there's a website you can go to, and it said 2023 Social Security Administration adjustments is 3.2%. So I went and I wanted to know what 22, 21, and 20 were. 22 was 8.7%. This is by the Social Security Administration, and you can see online. 21 was 5.9, and in 20 was 1.3%. I look over in the far right of that column.
Which one, the history or the
City of
pay?
Fairfax wage history report, yeah. So if you can go all the way, yeah, over to the right,
Okay.
yeah. Yeah, 2017, over there to the right, and I kind of use that as a gauge, okay, where have we trended at? 17 added 1.5, 2.5 and 18, 1.9 and 19. 2020 was 2%. I'm not sure what the added 1.9, what that is all about. 2000 added 2%. 2021 added 50 cents. And I remember our discussion in 22, 7% plus $1. And I remember us talking about to kind of get caught up. That's when we talk a lot about surrounding cities. And 2.3 was 5% plus $1. That, and then I use that as compared to Social Security cost of living adjustments. Again, 2020 was 1.3. 2021 was 5.9. That year, we had a 50 cent increase. 2022, Social Security said 8.7%. We did a 7% plus $1. For 2023, obviously looking back at 3.2, so it did slow down somewhat. So I just try to use that as, okay, cost of living. We need a fair barometer here to kind of help guide where we're at. That helps me to kind of see once where the trends are.
What did you say Social Security was this year? 4.2?
3.2.
3.2 for 2023. 2022 was 8.7.
Right.
One was 5.9.
Yeah, I remember the 50 cent raise here. go to that, I was in my camper at the time, I think. With my screaming children.
My very first job. Our supervisor came in and there's several of us in the room, they said, you all get a 10 cent an hour raise.
Thought they would.
Woo. That was a little bit ago. Everyone deep in thought, anyone, Tom, you have a recommendation based off of your research?
This is the one item every year I just love. Nah,
Joanne's mention of the budget. You had a chance to look at it, but we had a 22.62% taxable growth rate. With the state new law, they allowed us to realize 19.05% of that. If you leave the levy at 810, so no levy increase, you'd be getting an additional 233,455 in general fund property taxes.
But we could save the 810, that's what I'm gathering. I mean, that was a concern.
That's the kid giant.
Well, we have to do some things to do that, but yeah.
but that generates 233,000.
And not all wages are paid out of the general fund, you know. Water and sewer and road use all paid a portion, so.
Last year is 5% plus buck. Social Security went back on to that, what, using 22 is 8.7. Cost of living has gone down so much, but you still go up. I had other towns in the area, what their,
Yeah, cost of,
The clerk had information.
yeah. There's no one.
I do have a question. When I was looking through all this, do we, like, we created like job descriptions and ranges for these positions?
We did not.
Did we not do any of that?
Not
We did
ranges.
not.
We have job descriptions, but no ranges.
But no kind of ranges
I
or
used to do
anything?
that like 7 years ago.
Right? So I guess that was my question, is do we ever get to a point where you can't make any more than X?
Yeah, kind of.
Not,
Where you cap out at the end of your,
we don't have that in
Certification.
place.
I do. It's a
Even
thing.
if cost of living goes up, you still let.
They
you have to
give
cap.
you they give you a cost
Cost
of
of
living
living,
percent,
right.
but then you can't exceed, they kind of get to this place where you can't ever
No, there's no ceiling.
Right.
thing. There's a thing.
But if you start off low and then you don't have your certain dollar an hour increase, you kind of top out. You could have started behind someone else that got.
Kirkwood has that too, that if you wanna move up any further, you've gotta change your job responsibilities, but. Back on the question about surrounding communities, I was surprised, a lot of communities, are doing their raises on fiscal year. Not January, like we're doing, so we don't have that information from them yet.
Oh, they just said it June.
Oh, and I didn't call around local communities. Joanne just asked me to get some information off Clerk Van. That's the towns that were already chirping about it.
Are you saying there's other municipalities that do theirs in June,
What?
or raises?
Well, some cities, I would say probably a good percentage of the cities, they will discuss raises now so that they know what to put into the budget,
Budget, yeah.
but then it won't start until the new budget.
I got you.
And when I first started here, Fairfax was actually doing them twice a year. In January, they do cost of living as of with the fiscal year. So in June, then we were already discussing them again on merit. And, we decided that, no, that was not fun twice a year. So and Bernie wanted to do it at the time that you knew the insurance increase,
Yeah.
the benefit, and so that's why this one was picked to keep rather than the fiscal year.
budget. They could budget for your increases.
Some other things to consider in the coming year for costs. One, Kevin's retired. He was our highest paid employee. Brian has stepped into his position, but he's new to the position. He's not making the same hourly that Kevin was, so there's a savings. We're looking to hire at the entry level for the next maintenance person. So they will not be making what Brian was making before his promotion. And assuming that, well, and Brian's younger than Kevin, so his insurance is less than Kevin's. And assuming that the new person will be younger than Kevin, that you're gonna save on insurance also.
I have a question. Why are we moving forward with, and I don't remember why we did this to begin with. But like normally it would just be you get a 3% or 4% or 5%. Why are we continuing to do the 5% plus $1?
Me, yeah, you don't need to whisper it. I don't like.
I'm just
I'll say
saying,
the
why are
same
we
thing I said-
continue,
I'll say the same thing
that?
I have said for about
You
8
can
years
vote
now. I don't like percentage increases because it increases the gap between the highest paid and lowest paid, paid employee.
So
And
is
that
this in
was
lieu
a
of like a
comprom-
6%?
That was a
This is
compromise
our compromise?
between a
Well-
fixed amount and a,
The lower end of the spectrum have a larger percent range. and
so like if
upper
we
end.
did a $1 raise this year, a $20 hour employee like Aaron would go up, 5%.
I remember that now. It's coming back to.
Now, where Chris, if he has 38 something, that's in the high twos, so like 2.8%. And, the examples I've given it all the commercial jobs I've been at.
Can I what?
Pay increases were a fixed dollar amount. And that's kind of where, and I know we're guilty of it, and Glenn and I have talked about it before, we were kind of going to the certifications to help boost that flat amount. But, we'd also kind of limited the amount of certifications, so you don't just have this infinite amount of, you know, I'm a good, what's the clown do with the balloons? You know, I need a certification in Parks and Rec because I can make them bananas, you know?
This is what you're talking about right here, the dollar and the percent true rate increase, the dollar is what kind of brought up the. Stacy Lee's.
Yeah, there was a couple of different factors. It's because if you look at the years prior, the increase was, below, inflation for probably 4 to 5 years. So especially after COVID entered the ratio, we, gave a larger than normal increase to kind of help compensate for those previous years. And then it stemmed from, and I don't remember her name, the intern who went to work, and that's the example I use, the intern that went to work at Corville, who was
Water.
26 out of the gate with no
Okay.
certification, so that was part of it as well.
So then your true rate increase is actually what they're receiving, percentage wise.
Especially on the lower end.
Yeah, if you do a flat amount or a smaller percentage with a flat amount, you see a higher percent increase on the lower end. And a lower increase at the higher end. The argument being at the higher end, it's not as. I don't wanna say important, because all raises are important, but it's not as impactful. If you're making $75,000 a year like Joe, what's the matter? Who cares if you're making 80,000? You only get a 5,000 raise where the person at the bottom gets, you know, and I know it's not a true amount, but like 6,000.
Okay. Well, I agree with that in theory. I'm just saying the true rate increase percentage wise is a lot. If you look at it that way, I'm not gonna get it.
Proponent of this 5+.
So I'm saying that maybe,
That was
yeah,
last year, what we did.
yeah, so I'm saying, I agree with that format. I'm just saying that 5% plus $1 is.
And I think that 8.7% last year, for some reason, I vaguely remember that. Was Social Security was their cost of living last year, so I use that to relate to the 5% plus above. For the 22's numbers, but now
50.7.
23 is 3.2%. Down quite a bit compared to 22.
So that's meant to be.
Okay, Mike. What are you thinking? I'm tired. We gotta move this along. Nothing good will vote if this drags out.
I think if I did my math correctly, I'm okay.
About time it's gonna make it.
He's waiting for you to be the bad guy and then he'll swoop in.
I like that.
Add it up a little bit.
Don't be screwed.
I think we should look at what's typical of bio or other governmental employees.
I think cost of living is pretty typical. I know we went above and beyond after a great joke for retainability and just above and beyond effort employees being.
Trying to bring them to the higher end of the pay scale in our area. So
Yeah,
they
part
are-
of it's the labor market in
Yeah.
Cedar Rapids.
So that's where we kind of,
Shied away from it the last couple of years, yeah. Otherwise, traditionally, I think we kind of just follow the market as far as cost of living increases.
Well, does everyone in Fairfax getting a cost of living increase?
Depends on the person.
Well, those that are on social security are getting
3500.
3.2%.
Those on fixed income, yeah, no, that's a much,
pardon me?
not those on fixed income.
You said social security is 3.2% this year.
So anyone that's receiving social security as their source of income will get 3.2%.
Yeah, answer Mary Ann, if you're asking this route, the initial number, I probably put something about 2.5% plus 50 cents, because that is about 5% for the low end and closer to about 3.5% for our highest paid employee.
Then what was our increase in health insurance this year? So 10,
So the highest paid employee would see about a 4% increase, the lowest paid employee would see about a 5% increase.
what was the increase in benefits, do you remember? The benefits?
Our benefits.
The percentage of increase?
Yeah, it was like, was it over 8?
Yeah, I wanted to say 9, but it's really close to that.
Leave it and check
Is it
that.
on one of these sheets?
Yeah.
We have the Cadillac plan.
Yes,
I don't think they have to get like brands anymore.
Ours is about as close as you can get, I think.
ours is a platinum.
They've been trying to get rid of platinum plans, but I dealt with insurance, it's about forever, every year it was a lesser version of platinum or making it cost prohibitive.
You said 2.5 plus 50 cents gets a range.
4 to 5%, you said.
Yeah, so the lowest end of the spectrum would be exactly 5, the highest end of the spectrum would be 3.8 something. So it puts everybody above the inflation rate and, it helps out a little people at the bottom and a little bit more than people at the top.
Is closing the gap though, is that hurting the people at the top that have more responsibilities and a higher expectation of that responsibility? Thinking of the reason.
I think everybody has certifications that they can shoot for to try to earn more, which I think is coming up a little bit more, but they can help themselves with closing the gap too. I don't know where that's at down the line. Which I like that. They can help themselves.
Do I hear a motion? Do we have more discussion?
I think you should do 30%.
Suggestion on the straight percent?
kind of a good justification other than what I read or like Iowa averages of 4%. I have to say 4.
That's where I was kind of leaning toward my, before coming in here.
So if you go by 50% plus 2.5%, the highest end person still does see an overall increase hourly versus the lowest paid person, and it about evens out in the middle. So to answer your question, the people that have more responsibilities are seeing technically a bigger gap between the lowest person and the highest person, but it's much smaller if you're doing it as a partial percentage plus a flat rate versus just a percentage. So all the responsibilities have stayed the same, but now the person at the top end of the straight percentage is there an even bigger gap between their pay? So if the argument is they're getting paid off their responsibilities, then why are we increasing the gap between their responsibilities, which stay the same, and the person at the bottom, their responsibilities stay the same? Whereas the hybrid model decreases that gap because the responsibilities of truth haven't changed. What we're doing is trying to keep up, and in this case, a little higher than the cost of it, or inflation.
Weighted average.
The highest is the 3.8 and change percent increase. The lowest is a flat 5 when you go 50 cents plus 2.5%.
So I get you close to your 4%.
It's extra math, but it's close from top to bottom.
What does that equate to in dollars? Do we have that?
So it would go, the highest would go from 38.13 to 39.58. The lowest would go from 20 to 21. I don't.
Sorry, I meant overall payroll.
That I could not answer.
I don't know how many hours you work.
Unless you want me to do it all by hand here, I can do that real quick.
Varies because you get overtime just like.
Yeah, and then you have to start factoring in overtime, things like that. But if you went a flat 40 hours per week, and let's not pretend that there isn't overtime, yeah.
Cynthia's just telling us we have enough money in the budget to pay him whatever we want.
No, should we?
Yeah. We have plenty of money, so that wasn't the problem.
Don't say that, because then people are gonna start asking for bathrooms. No, it's terrible.
We just have toilet paper, no bathrooms.
I can tell you when we work on budget, you know, of course, I know what we have made in effect as of the January 1, so that would be the first 6 months of the new budget that we're working on. In the last 6 months of the new budget, I always factor in 5%. So, you know, so far, I mean, I know last year's was a little higher, but it didn't throw us off. We were still all right.
So just throw out another thought. Our budget meeting, it's coming up fast, Monday, right?
Yep.
So whatever is decided will be retroactive back to the 1st of January, correct, Cynthia?
Yeah, that's how
Well,
we've
that's
done
how
in the
we-
past.
Right. So if you
Want to roll it
want
around?
to roll it around until Monday, it will not have a dramatic impact since it'll be retroactive anyway, and go through the budget discussions and then decide.
Do we want
Or
to have
just
this
decide.
awkward conversation?
Again, yes.
Just kind of like
I
having
love
twice a
it.
year.
Just throwing that out there. Maybe to prompt you to make a decision right now.
I like.
Somebody
I'm
needs to make
fine
a
with
motion.
either. I don't, they both end up the
Thanks,
same,
that definitive
yeah,
answer.
they, same place, so I'm fine with either one.
I think we should at least look at what the overall dollar amount is when it's summed together, ignoring overtime and all that, like, just from a straight 40 or I guess it's part-time 20. If that's gonna equate to 50,000 extra, 75,000, whatever that number is. Let's go all there.
That probably won't have as much of an effect as if people get certifications and then we have to bump them $1. So the next items.
Well, and again, it's hard. So do I look at throw Kevin's out from the previous year because that's not gonna be in there, you know,
Right.
that's gonna be a hard mathematical thing to come up with, I can try.
Because people are changing, so
Right.
the employees won't be
Whoever's
working.
applicable before and after.
Go on to other stuff and I'll give you that answer here in a little bit.
You're building a spreadsheet over there or?
Yep.
What a guy. Well, and then discussion, okay, so we're looking at the employees in front of you. And I guess we didn't point out that Brian had been negotiated that he wouldn't be considered for this one. I don't know if you want to stay with that, but that's what he agreed to, and the hiring committee, and when you hired him, that's what the motion said. And then also, then there's the fire department, you know, we did a major bump in, hang on, what's that, 20?
Was $20, right?
Calls went to 20, medical reports went to 40. So do you want to keep the fire department where they're at now? Or do you want to discuss any possibility for them? And I just,
When Spanky gives us reports, doesn't it make it sound like it's.
And he's the one that recommends things, right?
Yeah, it sounded like he's, the way the rates are now. Kind of taxing his budget or.
well, it certainly made his, workers' comp insurance go up. That was a side effect that we really didn't
Oh,
anticipate
because
that
the
it would be
wages
that
went up,
high.
which affects his workers' comp rate,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah, that made
We
that.
hold that part off until he's here next meeting.
Yeah, and, yeah, I mean, he hasn't asked
So
for an
you're paying
increase,
him
I'm
once
just
and he's
throwing
paying
that out
taxes.
as, you know, they're also employees that should get one. Yeah, they did the raise effective January 1 of 21. And previous to that, I don't know how long it had been since they'd gotten an increase. Right,
Long, I think a long time.
long time.
Before I was here.
And the library has not made their proposal, but Kathy, you had a suggestion or
No, we were just gonna wait and see what you guys.
just waiting? You want to talk about certifications, number 24, while Mike's doing his math over there? In case that factors in somehow. Sure.
Have these changed or we add, just add here.
Yes, that's for the maintenance department. The parks department has some suggestions. I'm just showing you the current ones for the building department and clerk's office. We're not suggesting any changes.
From what I remember, their discussions, water and waste will. We don't really currently need a level 3 now, we could get there, that we're hearing.
If I Brian's gonna call and talk to you.
Okay, so to clarify on that one, the only thing that's changed on there is the ones we do not have listed currently. So we are required to be a wastewater 3 and a water 2, water distribution 2. I was just following through there's only 4 grades all the way.
Right.
We're not gonna go all the way, we have to go all the way, which is a long ways off, but I thought we put it out there now, just to have it taken care of and on it.
We're just saying that a month or two ago. They could proceed water treatment 3, distribution 3, possibly being required in the horizon.
Possibly, yes. And that's why we were trying to be proactive on that. We are going to put the halt on that for just right now.
Right.
And, but I just thought we'd put this up there. It's even across the board, 3s and 4s and be done, but you know, we're a long ways away from the 4s, so they can be changed down the line. It's onwards. That's all I had intended here.
So it's just might be available in the future, but nobody's working on some of these at the moment.
No, not currently, other than what's down the list is already what we're supposed to be required for, and just checking in on, we're supposed to ask you first before we go do the certification, so that's all that's gonna be.
So you don't get a wastewater four certification because we don't have it.
We're not required to have
You
that.
have to have it first before you can get it certified.
Well, we can do it if you know, want to, we can do it, it's just whether we're gonna get any compensation for it because of whatever, I mean, we can go for it, but that one's gonna be really tough.
But the DNR does not require our town to be at that level.
Yeah.
At this point, we won't be for a little while yet.
I'm not even sure what North Liberty is. Are they were four?
Yep. There was four.
Or the size of your treatment facility, what kind of,
How much water you treat, your process.
How many gallons?
what the DNR.
On your Parks and Rec,
Yeah,
you have certification of CPR, and I think there's also.
food protection manager,
Yeah, but that's already in the requirements of the position.
but it is today. However, though, it doesn't mean when you hire the next director, they will have those certifications. And so you can require them to get them, but maybe they start at a lower rate without them. And then once they have them, then you would bump them up. So for example, I had the first aid, CPR and AED certification when I came aboard. I got the food protection certification right soon after I got it. I think it was 3 months or something. But if I was to hire somebody, if you were looking at somebody and hire them and they had all that coming into it, I think they would be worth more money day one than if somebody had to work towards that on day one. So
But I guess then why have it as a requirement or as a,
well, in the job description, it says within 6 months.
right, but it's required that you have it within 6 months.
Within 6 months, but if I have it on day one, I should be worth more to you on day one. And in 5 years from now, or 6 years, or 10 years from now, it may not be necessary that your parks director have the food certification. It could be somebody else within the program. By then, you may have a concession stand manager, and it would be up to the concession stand, possibly be up to the concession stand manager to have that. I'm just saying, it may not be necessary to hire somebody with those two right off the bat.
I guess when I look at the job description, that's the no-brainer that you should already have first aid and certification under food safety, whatever the verbiage is. You know,
So-
if you don't have that, then you're not qualified. It's kind of like having a driver's license.
But wait a minute, I was hired without the food protection. And I believe I was certainly qualified for that role. So don't think you were telling me I wasn't qualified because I didn't have a food certification yet. I don't think that's what you meant.
No. What I mean is that it's a requirement, but then it's a certification to get it.
Right,
With
within
an
6
extra
months.
Yeah, with an extra $1 for one and 50 cents for the other.
So if you say, you know what, we're gonna start you, we're gonna give you 6 months, we're gonna start you at $20 an hour. However, once you get those certifications, you'll be bumped up to $21.50, which is probably or whatever it happens to be, 25 to 26.50, 30 to 31.50, whatever it happens to be.
And the certifications for the maintenance department are in their job descriptions too.
Yeah,
What's that?
The certifications for the maintenance department are in their job descriptions too.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
don't,
it's the same situation.
don't we do on-site CPR and first aid training here for our employees?
We have
It can
one,
be, it's offered through the fire department.
yeah, we have once,
Right, I
What?
just thought I heard, I thought that Tina did it here or,
once.
right?
Couple hours. Great, I do it every 2 years.
I know, I have to do it, I mean, it's just part of my job, I don't get paid extra for it, you have to take it, it's part of the job. I get that. What you pay for it.
If you're gonna be jumping.
but I think those are things you look at when you hire somebody, Tom. And the correct person may not have those skill sets yet. But you could still hire them. You just don't have to include that as part of their wage. And then as they get those, their wage would come up commensurate with.
As they get them within, I guess I just see a duplication because they already have to have them within 6 months if they don't have it. But it's just part of maybe I'm not on the same wavelength here, but.
So what if they had to have it in 6 months and they didn't get it in 6 months? Would you
They
fire them?
have to, the job requirement says they have to within 6 months.
So would you fire them? That's what I'm asking you, is would you fire them?
If I'm their direct supervisor, I'm monitoring to make sure within 6 months they have it. And you have to have that.
Okay. So would you fire them?
Yes.
Because they're not following the job
Okay.
characteristic, and we're on to that, I guess, but you hired them because you said, okay, in 6 months, you have to have these 2
Right.
qualifications, and if you choose not to, you're not fitting the requirement, right?
Well, so for the first 6 months, let's say they get it within 6 months, but for the first 6 months, you pay them at a rate without this money in their rate.
But I think you're paying them because they already have it. If you don't have it, then you're gonna be getting it within 6 months.
And when you get it, then you'll get that bump.
Joe's suggesting that you start them.
Yeah, I
at
understand.
Yeah.
what you're- I just look at it as you're taking this position on. If you don't have all the requirements, you have 6 months to get it. That's your qualification, right? Part of the job description. You have 6 months to get it, okay, but that's part of the job is to have that. To throw an extra bonus out there of $1 or 50 cents that's part of the job.
Well, it's not a bonus for $1 because you're gonna start them $1 less. So then once they get that, then you get, this is just a recommendation. You guys do, what you choose to do with it. This is a recommendation. But I think at some point, there may be a Parks and Rec director that does not have the food protection manager certification and will not need it because of how the department is set up. That is a possibility.
Sure.
Wouldn't you change the job description though?
What's that?
Wouldn't you change the job description then?
The job descriptions are fluid. So we changed the job description just today that we looked at. So you could change the job description.
Right.
If you already had that covered within the department or somebody, maybe at that point you have a concession manager and they have that certification. Your Parks and Rec director may not need to have that certification if you have that already covered in another role.
Well, and to show it compared to the maintenance department, we're looking to hire now. So if we interview somebody that already has their water and wastewater one, and we're interviewing another person without it, and we're gonna start the person without it at 20 or 21. The person with it, we're gonna look to our certification schedule and
Right.
consider giving them that $1.50 bump right there at the,
You figure all that in. okay.
Sure.
It's figured in
Yeah.
already, okay.
yeah.
Yeah, it just has to be uniform. We're doing it.
Operator, what were you thinking there?
What I was thinking there is that there are a lot of requirements for Parks and Rec directors that have that certification. And because we do have a splash pad, aquatic facility operator could be a benefit out there.
Don't need that, you're not required to have that certification for our splash pad way.
It's sort of like the level 4 that you guys are suggesting.
Yeah,
It's a
yeah,
future
exactly.
need.
There is a splash pad certificate though, operations, that's also included in there.
So I have back up here, do we have a requirement for the employees of the city of Fairfax to be, CPR and first aid trained? We provide.
I don't know if it's in
training, but
Joe's
are they
interest, it's not in
required?
mine.
It's not listed anywhere as being required.
Yeah.
However, everybody on the main staff is just because of the fire department.
Yeah.
Even though, but
And when we took that training, I couldn't qualify because of my hands and my arthritis and stuff, so I'm not.
Even our part-time guys have it.
A question that I have, If someone wants to take one of these certifications, does that require council approval before they start?
Yes.
Mhm.
Water and wastewater does.
Yeah,
Okay,
And the playground inspection and maintenance, that's not part of the job description. But that is something the city does not have right now. I know that we have the maintenance department that checks on it. Our playgrounds, and they can tell if something needs to be fixed, but that's not the inspection and maintenance certification. The maintenance and inspection certification requires not only whatever the increment is, monthly, bi-monthly, quarterly inspection with a written documentation of what was found, what needed to be fixed, and when it was fixed. So that's a little more intense. That certification actually is a 3-day class. I think the last one they held was in Des Moines, or maybe it was in the Quad Cities, but it's a 3-day actual class to attend to get that certification.
so all of these schedules are really a list of what may be available, but are all subject to council pre-approval.
Sure.
yes.
So you're not committing to allowing everybody to take all these, but rather to consider it.
Like we had later on the agenda.
Well, that's, I mean, we have like, I don't know how many things here on the agenda, so. Like, we just need to,
So. Mike, are you ready to move back to number 23 and get that
Yeah,
one taken
who
care of?
doesn't like formulas? So this is a rough math here, and I included Erin in one example, I didn't include her in the other, and it pretty much makes the same, it's the same amount of money. So if you take the top 11 employees, including Erin, that are not part-time, even though I know technically she's part-time, the aggregate hourly wage is $312. So if you go 40 hours a week, 52 weeks a year, not including overtime, the gross wages and, you know, obviously Cynthia can correct me if I'm super off, is about $650,000. That's not any part-time staff. If you do a flat 5%, increases the hourly aggregate to $328.24, which times the same amount of numbers, hours, weeks, $682, $739, so that's about a $32,000 pay increase. If you do the 2.5% plus 50 cents, that is roughly $325.93 an hour, which ends up being about $677.9. So it's only about a $5,000 difference, but the gap is narrower between the highest and smallest. Don't include Erin, the numbers are 608, 628, 639, 059, and 634, 254. So whether you include Erin or not, it's only about a $5,000 gap. Questions? It'll be on the 10.
The 2.5 plus 50 cents, what is it?
677, it's $5,000 less than straight 5%. The reason it's only about $5,000 difference is it crunches, helps out people on the lower end a little bit more than people on the higher end. That's why the dollar amount isn't that.
I think his question was the overall budget increase is what, 32?
Overall budget increases between 27 to 32,000. Excluding overtime
Excluding
and part-timers.
Right.
the health insurance and that area.
That is also not added,
Plus things.
nor
Workers' comp.
benefits package, not yours. So there you go.
200 and,
Still bad.
a lot of porta johns.
So did that help in making a motion this evening?
Is there a motion on the floor for that?
No,
Not yet.
not yet.
I thought Mike made a motion to do that.
No,
I think I did, I don't remember, we've been talking about, certifying bathrooms for like 30 minutes. Yeah, I'm gonna make a motion, 2.5% plus 50.
motion on the floor. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Resolution, right?
Yeah.
Well, number 22 was the motion, and then we have to adopt the resolution. after that. So we just need ayes.
Aye.
Nick, were you and I? or-
Yes.
Okay, now we can go on to the resolution number 23
Motion.
to make it official.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Aye.
Thank you. You want any more discussion on certifications? Do you want to make any motions on accepting those schedules that have been proposed?
Has anything changed besides maintenance, adding that water floor? Because I think parts was not already in there, or yeah,
No. Parts
These are all
don't have
brand, these are all
any.
brand new?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I guess it does make it, they can't do anything unless we approve it, so I think it's probably fine to start with. Don't you think, and then you can change something if we don't allow it or. Unless you want to take something off the table right away.
And at first I was gonna say take off the pool operator off of facility, but we're eventually gonna have.
Your aquatic
Mike
center.
Bailey Aquatic Center presented by Mike Bailey.
Paid for by.
That's right. My lottery ticket this week and I have no time.
Essentially, right now for that position, there's nothing for that person to do because it's water that
Well,
we have to do.
And that's what I'm saying, it's like, I'm fine putting that in there, but the reality is that the pay increase or certification is like, what? 15, 20 years away, so, I mean, we don't really care if it's in there. No, are we gonna approve it anytime in the near future? Yeah. So,
That's why I said it. You have to approve it, so it. Good starting point.
Start there.
So was that a motion somewhere? To approve all the schedules, but subject to council pre-approval.
Is that an agenda item as such?
Yeah.
Number
Number 24.
24.
Okay.
And basically it's the water, the parks, the city clerk, and then,
And there's no changes for the clerk or the building administrator.
Okay.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, number 20.
Wait a minute.
and they,
Oh, we have a name? I'm sorry.
I said no.
Okay. Thank you. Now we can move on to number 25. Brian's still waiting, he wants to talk about proposed new job description, a title and job description.
Does anybody want me to elaborate further off the letter? Or any questions on that? Basically, it's just Brandon's position now and the amount of work that he's doing, where he's doing the work, is just kind of narrowing that, making a position that best describes what that position will be doing from here going forward. Because it's not gonna change, it's only gonna get more in depth of what he's actually doing, so. Whoever it may be going down the line, it'll be a job. That's where their focus will be, so. I thought about making a job description that's fit for that position, so that it best describes who's gonna be doing what, when you look forward to the future person being in that.
No change in compensation.
No. I don't think it's necessary, he's already doing it.
you say in the future here.
Well, once, whatever happens.
Yeah.
God forbid I have something happen to me, you know, somebody's gotta fill and take my spot. And then somebody will have to take that spot, so it's just a job description that would best describe what they would be doing. Daily, more so, than just general maintenance.
But essentially, this is the job you have to work out.
Yeah, sort of, we have kind of all, but yeah, we kind of all did it, I mean, we all do it, but it's just, he does it almost 5 days a week, you know, and.
Gotcha. When I first came, Jeff, that was kind of Jeff's job. He was in charge of that and that's what he did. And then as he left, Kevin came in. Kevin did more of a supervisory role and guided Dave. and Dave was kind of doing this spot. It was his main role. And when he had free time, then he'd help on the other projects. And then as people changed and we changed kind of how we did things, what we have, can't think of his name. Tyler kind of did most of this. And then Mike kind of went into that role. And now Brandon's even taken it further. And it's been, yeah, each time it's changed, it's got more in depth on that system. It's a bigger process for them. And granted, we gained ground storage area. We now do, I don't know, 10 times more testing.
And we got a lot more testing.
Than we ever did. Some of it.
Once this well thing kicks off, we'll have pilot testing that we're gonna have to do for 6 months. That's a whole bunch more testing that we gotta get in samples. And then when the wells actually do go online, there's more testing daily for that every day of the year, so.
And with the ground storage, that created a lot more process to kind of watch, so we don't get ourselves in trouble. So it's a full-time job.
And
It's
not
evolved.
It's not just the testing, it's ordering the supplies, it's maintaining, he's putting in water meters, and the list goes on and on, but.
Which in the past, everybody kind of put in water meters, and now it kind of falls itself, pays that. It's,
See anything wrong with the job description?
yeah, basically making it more focused on what we actually do.
And still, they still have other duties mentioned.
Everything from the department is added on to the end.
Snow.
Yeah. Yeah,
Just primary responsibilities is only the basic difference, otherwise it's copy and paste everything else.
right.
Any more discussion?
A motion.
Okay, second? All in favor? Thank you. Number 26, discussion possible motion, concerning, here's where we get to pre-approve Dallas obtaining a water treatment to, water distribution to, and wastewater to. Ryan?
Yeah, so this is where we asked for them to be able to do that. He's coming up on the time that he's gonna be eligible to do that. And with the request from, interviews and stuff, is, everybody's, what can we do to help move ourselves along, and this is what it is. Brandon's due up next for his wastewater treatment, but part of the discussion is if Brandon is able to get his wastewater 3, then he would be the same certification level that I am. So back to, if something would happen to me, then you'd have somebody on staff that's already pre-certified to be able to qualify and fill in the spot if need be, or go through the same procedure we just did for me. And then Dallas would be that fill spot for Brandon, to cover Brandon's spot, and the new lead operator spot as per the job description.
And that's kind of where Dallas really would like to focus and go to eventually. That's the biggest interest he has in that side. He's worked on a lot of different plants and facilities and built them through his previous job, and it intrigued him, and he kind of would like to head that way.
So Brian, are we just gonna approve all 3 of them now, and then he's just gonna work his way through
Yes.
them all? So he won't do,
They won't be all on the same day.
so
They'll be on the same
he'll
month.
do one and then.
He might be able to take the waters close together, but I don't know as if he'll have wastewater real close, but I'm just in the next, I don't know, 6 months or so maybe.
So to get all 3 of them, is it a 6-month thing or a year thing or 2 years, or what's the?
Well, I think it's just, it doesn't really matter as far as we're concerned when, it's just whether you guys are okay with him doing it. As far as the time frame for us, there's.
I was gonna say, isn't there a timeline for the classes though, does it?
For Dallas, he has to wait a certain date. I
Right.
think it's
You have to wait 3 years, or there's some other CEU requirements. If you took schooling or whatnot, you get be bumped up sooner. And he was getting to be close to that point. He was going to be checking to see when he would be eligible
Okay,
to do
well,
it.
that's why I thought there was some kind of timeline you had to follow.
Yes, yes. So he's getting close to that. That's why I'm asking. So if they would happen to say, yeah, you know, if he puts in his request and they say, yeah, you can take the test, then you can just have that availability now and say, go ahead.
And then that's not to say they're gonna pass or fail, or you just don't know. And some people take a few times, some people never get it, you don't know.
And they don't get the bump until we see the DNR
Until you get the
paperwork.
certificate.
Do you make them retest on their own dime, or do you pay? Is there fees to test? I'm assuming.
Yes, there is a B2 test. I think it's $60.
I was gonna say 50.
And we pay
It
for
might
it.
be different. Yeah,
So far, yes, we've been paying.
but after, what is it, 3 times? I think it's 3 fails, and then they gotta do more schooling and more time before they, don't quote me on that, but I believe that's what it needs to be.
All right, I'll make a motion to approve Dal to go through his stuff.
We've got a second from there.
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays?
And I will make a motion for Brandon.
Well,
to
hang on,
do
I
things
didn't
better.
hear what Dan said.
I said aye.
You
Did
said
you
aye.
say aye? Okay, thank you.
So,
All right, so motion on Brandon then,
yes,
Second.
all in
Aye.
favor?
aye.
Aye.
Okay, all eyes on that one, okay, thank you.
Thank you all.
Number 28. Discussion possible motion concerning Tina obtaining certified municipal clerk certification.
So, Tina and Stacy have both worked here 3 years now, and it takes 3 years to get through the, Clerk Institute, and each year you've approved, Tina either going to Ames or taking the virtual one. Stacy hasn't gone to Ames, so hasn't completed the 3 years of courses, but Tina has. And so we kind of looked into the, and she hasn't gotten any of the intermediate bumps of the 50 cents. Our schedule says you can get these through, IMFOA, and there are 50-cent bumps, or you can get the clerk one that's $1. You can get the clerk one for $1 that's through IIMC. So we brought up the IIMC application. That's what I have. That's a lifetime certification. The IMFOA only lasts 3 years. You have to keep paying to recertify, and I just don't like it as much. But anyway, so, but as the, application is multi-page, and she had to, get information on her college courses that she's taken in previous jobs, and then work here at least 3 years. The only thing that, so she's finally got enough points. The only thing we were waiting for is 1 year approval to send this in to, possibly get her certification, and 2, IMFOA and the league that track all the courses that she's taken. The Iowa League of Cities had a cyber incident, and they're not fully recovered yet, and so they're not able to get these clerks their training records yet. So if you approve this, it could be another 6 months before we get, but as soon as they're able to give her the certifications documentation that she's taken, what she knows she's taken, then we could send it. So.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Need a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Well, Cynthia, we forgot to put in here to get approval for the mayor becoming a certified mayor and what that fee bump was going to be. As I complete my courses. I didn't notice in researching that Mayor Frieden was actually one of the few mayors in the state that have gone through that certification process, so. Anyway. All right, moving on to number 29, that is mine. Okay, in your packet, you have a couple of items. Look at for this city administrator proposal. After this 9 months already of being your mayor, it quickly became evident to me that many city management responsibilities were either being handled by Cynthia as a city clerk or by the mayor, or not being addressed effectively at all. Just an FYI, I'm currently spending about 30 hours per week in my role and feel like I'm barely scratching the surface of what could happen. Also, in anticipation of Cynthia's eventual retirement, it'll be challenging to find a replacement clerk with the same level of experience that has allowed her to take on these additional duties. So, as I mentioned in your packet, you have a city administrator proposal that was researched and prepared by Cynthia and me. You'll also see a 2022 salary survey that was conducted for the city of Ely. On file, we didn't include it in the packets. We've got several job descriptions from other cities that currently have city administrators. And I've gotten some feedback there. So just quick point out a couple things in that position request. The primary role of a city administrator is to ensure that the municipality's policies, practices, and operations are aligned with the mayor's office and council's vision, and then listed several things that they would be responsible for. Under employment considerations, you can see what type of position this would be, an exempt salary position, what we would project the salary range to be, what we project the requirements would be, and it seems typical that a recruiter is used for this type of position. Under justification, listed several things. Less mayoral time commitment as you look to the future, your next mayor, if they're not a retired person, good luck to them in order to be able to spend any time needed. I already mentioned city clerk experience. At some point when Cynthia would retire, I think we already know we'll have a difficult time finding the same level of experience, but this position would allow us to hire with less experience and potentially less cost. This person would take on some of the things that our city engineer is currently managing on our behalf because we have no one else to do it.
Like what would you take over of that the engineer does?
Well, if you look up at the top there on the job responsibilities, proposes and manages capital improvement projects. Oversees and coordinates projects requiring quotes and bids. Identifies and acquires grants and other funding sources. These are all things that in my interviews with other cities is what their city administrator is doing currently.
Well,
Still relying-
another example I have was like when we do an annexation, Hall and Hall Engineering handles all of the steps and they do it great. But that is something that an administrator could handle the overall project. They would still get input from the engineer. They're gonna need job descriptions or projects are gonna need engineering studies and, design and stuff. But like overseeing the entire project annexation process, the administrator could do that. The Bellin African Farm project. Again, Hall and Hall has done a great job, but they wouldn't have had to be so involved in like the donation agreement and all of the steps that we went through. Again, we would be using them, but not to the extent that we have.
Right. Just a different role, and that is typical of what happens. Proactive rather than reactive economic development. At the moment, when people come to us and want to bring a new business to town, we react to that. In the meantime, we have a couple of businesses that have sat empty for a couple of years that we have really no one designated as someone that potentially could go out and try to redevelop those properties on the city's behalf or look for people who are willing to redevelop those properties. I thought of a couple of other things since I wrote this document. Some things that we've talked about needing. Lead an effort to develop a citywide emergency disaster plan. And after the derecho, or even the snow events that we've had recently. We really need a citywide emergency disaster plan. Help develop an email retention policy and procedure. The auditor's coming next week. We always get comments on some of the things because we don't have enough staff to do, in the auditor's opinion, sufficient financial cost check. The administrator could play a part in that role. And then as we had discussions this evening, I made some notes just tonight, could help develop future job descriptions and potential salary ranges for those job descriptions to go along with that. Back to the proposal sheet, cost justification should reduce, could potentially reduce your mayoral costs, city clerk costs, and some engineering costs. Reduce project costs due to city administrator management, and hopefully increase grant benefits by having somebody really focused on all the grants that are available. A lot of these things are being handled now, but really need more focus. So not asking for, there's no action to be taken on this item at this time, but I'm hoping that the council will give it full consideration during the budget.
I did ask these same questions to our attorneys back when Bernie was first sick, was what's the best way for us to move forward? And they were very blunt about that. It's a good system if you need it, but they didn't think that we were large enough to pay for that, or that we were anywhere close to where we needed that type of a position. Because I said, is that something that we should look at? And they said, and that was their opinion, but they said, no, we don't feel like you, at your situation, that's.
You asked our city attorneys that?
Yes.
Well, I can tell you that the city attorneys have no idea what projects we're having, what is done by who in the office, or what our budget is. I
So-
mean, they have an opinion, I understand that, but that's based on no knowledge.
You would hire someone that supposedly has construction experience that can handle managing a project? Because that takes a lot of qualifications to do that correctly. That's not just something you can go out and look at somebody and know that they're doing their job correctly.
I don't think Joanne means doing the construction inspection on a project. That was, we would still use the engineers.
But what
That
type
still
of
takes a skill
construction?
set to do project
What
management.
kind of, yeah, that's,
Well, I think what she means is, no, okay, we need to set this out for bids. This is the schedule that we'll follow. They could draft the resolutions that Hall and Hall are drafting to set the bid date, they could. They're not going to be managing the project, they're gonna be managing the process for the project. I think that's what Joanne meant,
Yes,
sorry.
Yes, that's
Putting
fine.
words in your mouth.
No,
I don't have a problem to a point with some of the things that you're saying, some of those responsibilities. I guess it just, the $100,000 pay salary for someone to do that when we're at this level, I just can't. To me, that seems like a big jump.
well, did you look at the salary survey?
I did, but.
Did you see
but
the
if you-
city's population?
But if you look at that, you'll see none of them have administrators.
What do you mean, none of them? That's the job titles right here, city administrators.
I know.
So, like,
Oh, I'm getting a call on my phone. That's why.
so these are, but I would like to know what percentage of the cities in town, like, so these people have administrators and this is their population. How many cities are there in Iowa and what's that percentage? So are there,
Percentage of-
so there's 300 cities and.
Above this certain population, how many have administrators, that's what you want?
So like how many cities in Cedar Rapids have or how many cities in Iowa have administrators? And what's their population based on administration, like versus mayors? I just don't feel like we're ready for that leap yet.
I
But
look at this sheet that CMA salary survey. I see years at current position and I see, well, 2 1, 2 3, 1 7, 1 1.
There's one outlier in there.
Well, and I looked at this, first of all, correct me if I'm wrong, Atkins had a history as well as Ely keeping the city administrator, right? So I looked at, Hudson, that's 7 years, okay, and you look at that, they're just south of Cedar Falls. Then Rock Valley, 21 years, there is no city that's close to them that they could jump to. I don't think 21 years is a good match for this area, because you look at all these 2-1, 2-3, whatever, they're just jumping. And that's a risk to where you have proposing this, sure, you gotta get someone that has knowledge. I think some of the ideas here are fantastic, especially proactive rather than reactive economic development, but you look at these cities around here and you're stumbling with getting someone on a consistent basis that can write grants. I'd like to see of some of these people show me stuff that they've done to write grants to really do that. You really get someone that has to have a lot of knowledge. Your knowledge is fantastic, along the same lines of a city administrator. Are they gonna leave where they're at? I don't know, so.
And like to Joanne's point, if she's spending 30 hours a week, then maybe we would like to look at doing some more of those things as her mayoral duties, then maybe we look at increasing her wages. I mean, cause I don't know what.
That's not my point. I don't.
But I mean, I don't know what you're making an hour,
That's not
but.
a solution if this person elected isn't retired. That's not a solution. We're only lucky because she's retired. Bernie was retired. I mean, that's the only way we've gotten through to where we are.
And Rigby, the bank let him put a lot of his on-time hours with us.
So I guess it's a key is that for that money amount, are you gonna get a qualified person? That's
And
gonna
keep
stay.
that. I think that's great stuff to think about, not right now and later.
Yeah, it's all stuff just.
I know, my answer would be, I think it's a good idea. The question is, when do we need it? What population level, what responsibilities as a whole are we gonna turn over to them? Because my concerns are, it's good if, when we look at Cynthia starts getting retired, to have someone already in place. But at the same time, what kind of duties or responsibilities are they gonna have? Because I don't wanna hybridize the position and have a city clerk / administrator. I want defined role
Right,
between them
right,
and the city staff.
right.
And then also, like Tom said, I think people are gonna look at it as a jumping off point after they fix all their foo bars and learn from their mistakes at our expense, they're gonna jump ship to
Well, and I think then the mayor's position changes substantially
Mhm.
because a lot of the things that the mayor does, she doesn't do it at all anymore.
Right,
So there's.
Well, yeah,
right.
I mean, that's the point.
Right.
Or
that's
one of the points.
That's one of the points.
And I think if I remember correctly, I think if that happens, that the mayor actually gets to vote then.
No,
No,
no. That's when
no.
you're changing your form of government.
Yeah.
I'm not proposing that at all.
Okay, all
Yeah,
right.
we're just adding a staff person, or suggesting to add a staff.
Okay.
The way to look at this too is, yes, it's a salary, but if there's savings or so grant benefits, that's positive money coming in, but then there's savings with engineering costs. And there's a level at which the position is paid for itself. And yes, someone can jump ship, but I mean, honestly, if they put 2 years in the position, they leave. Okay, I mean, that's like a lot of companies. You can't expect someone to stay around for a decade necessarily. There's plenty of people out there that if they put in more than 2 years at a company, they think they're doing something wrong and they hop ship to go do something else. So.
One of the things that I saw seemed typical too was that you have an employment contract with this person, which could specify if you stay this length of time, something happens, or if you leave before that, something else happens. Kind of like in hiring a football coach or something, but
Yeah, you can have that, and obviously there's a lot of employment contracts that are on here, but there's a way out of it, I think. Must be good ones. In Cascade, Mitchellville, Center Point, Madrid, if they all had good ones, they would have more than that. I'm just saying this is a concern that I have, okay? I'm not saying I'm against it, because there's some good stuff in here, but I just look at turnover. You get it set up, and then look what it does to the city, to the employees, and totally resetting everything, and all the chaos that it has for those, how many has Ely had, and did they hire one, did they find?
yes, their former mayor.
Former mayor.
Is their now the city.
But, I When Joanne mentioned this, I'll tell you, I think it's a great idea, but right away I had the concern is when cities get to the point where they just need one, that's where the newbies come, you know, but you can't avoid that, I don't think. You know, maybe you'd find somebody to stay, you know, for a long time or had a Fairfax connection or just ends up really loving the city, but you're probably not gonna do that right away. You probably are gonna have to go through. I can tell you specifically, two of the cities you mentioned hired people who were clerks and then they thought they should become administrators. And I am not a supporter of the combined position, nor am I a supporter of somebody that's a clerk thinking they know how to be a city administrator. They are two separate skill sets. And I know two of the people specifically involved, and they were not the proper person. They were a bad hire in that position for that community.
So my question to that would be, did they hire them because they didn't have other candidates?
Yeah,
Or what was the reason?
I don't know.
Just a question.
Well, I don't think it's necessarily a bad idea. I don't think it's a good idea. I just don't know. I think we need to talk about it and think about it.
Yeah.
I just don't know if we're ready yet. And Cynthia's got a wealth of information, but when she leaves, you know, and granted, everyone's training and this and that, there's gonna be a definite gap in knowledge, and depending on who we hire, maybe if we can't find someone that's got the experience we need, then maybe we do need someone to pick up
Well,
the
that's
slack.
what seems, it seems typical that city administrators should work very closely with the clerk and the mayor. And yes, if something happens with the clerk, city administrators should be able to help fill that role.
Well, and that was kind of another reason of maybe the timing that we thought that was good, you know. If you discuss this and put it in the new budget, it's not gonna go until the new budget, and then you've got searching and you've got, you know, so you're probably talking over a year before you would get somebody in place if you even decided to go right away. But we just thought that if you're gonna consider it, if you're gonna have this discussion, this might be good timing with old clerk.
Just from a newbie's perspective, because we've been here for 4 hours. Just because we have a small population doesn't mean we don't have a lot of things.
Going
Things are
on.
just smaller.
This is typical this time of year.
So anyway, I'll get some statistics for the state of Iowa. I'm sure they're out there. I can get the league to help. We do have job descriptions and stuff that we can put in the next packet if you want. And then we'll start to kind of look at numbers and see what the budget looks like and see what you want to do. I mean, you can put it in the budget and just decide in July how to do it too. Because you guys remember, the budget is your best guess, your plans, but it doesn't mean you have to spend or do what you put in the budget.
And if it would be helpful to have a current city administrator that's local come and talk to you, I've had one offer to already do that. And I have visited with 3 that are very local. Probably any one of the 3 would be willing to come and talk to you. And they're similar in population to Fairfax, so.
Have you ever talked to my cousin Karen? She was city administrator for Platteville for a long time. She works, what the hell's the name of that company? Cities of. I'll think about it.
At the League of Cities?
No, it's down by, the Irish district there, like Old Valley, whatever their office is down there. I'll think about it later.
Okay. All right. Think of anything else you'd like us to bring forward? Please share that. Oh, here's another short discussion coming in. I didn't read the journal.
I'm ready to go.
No one's gonna talk about bathrooms.
I think we thought we were done.
No? Thank you.
Okay. Joanne, we talked about the future land use map, earlier that we pulled up with, what the players were talking about. We can bring that up again to talk, and if we do, or do you want to just bring that up now?
I can tell them tomorrow. Unless you want to stay for it.
What's that?
Unless you want to stay for this. For the midnight session.
East Central Valley Council of Government.
Easy call.
Easy call.
That's where she works.
Oh,
Aaron Kerr.
Very close. Long sandwich.
All right, CIP. So last month we briefly touched on it, had some discussions, based on those discussions. Briefed a few things, added a few things. So I submitted the CIP list, a few exhibits. I printed them off because small writing, difficult to see. So handed out packet to each person, and then there's big drawings on the table, and they're all different drawings. For the three people on the left, there's a set of drawings, and then three people on the right, there's a set of drawings. They're the same drawings, but all the drawings on the table are different, so. So I'm gonna just run through this stuff real quick. If you have questions, comments, just jump in. So starting off with the list, the first sheet is basically just the current fiscal year that we're in, kind of shows what has been completed, where we're at, what we're working on. Really nothing to touch on that from a planning standpoint. So the second sheet.
Wait a minute, can I just add something?
Yep.
I probably need to get you some info, because this first line, it says that we previously bonded $150,000 for the West Cemetery Bridge acquisition and engineering. Well, our last GO bond was for the water tower maintenance and the bridge engineering, right? Didn't we just, our last bond included engineering for the bridge? Hello?
Yeah, so on the very first sheet you're saying?
Yeah, that top line, it just shows that we've only previously bonded for the 150. And it shows 700,000 is needed, but we've already bonded for another. Was it 560? I'd have to go look for sure. For the last GEO bond we did was for bridge and water tower.
Yeah. This is all old stuff, so that stuff that's needed is stuff that was bonded last year. That first sheet is just the stuff that is in place, it's currently in place, so like I said.
But I'm saying you don't have the new bond listed and you're not taking it off, you're not adding it to the available.
You know what, that very first sheet, I didn't change anything from last year.
Oh,
That was basically our CIP from last year.
oh,
Available 454,900.
so this project's listed on the next one too?
Yeah, very tough.
So basically, that current projects had right away acquisition, engineering for the West Cemetery Road bridge replacement and the intersection, and then. So we've got projects already established for those in the last year, and there are 3 different projects, so I broke them out.
Oh,
3 different projects.
all right, never mind, sorry.
So yeah, the first page is just what was bonded last year, what currently in this fiscal year. Kind of highlight what projects we're in the middle of, what projects have been completed. But from a planning standpoint, just ignore that first page.
Oh, okay, because it doesn't show what was bonded. This current year. Okay,
So the second page, fiscal year 2025 CIP. July 1, 2024 through June 30, 2025. So that's the very, first look at the proposed existing projects that need additional funding or the money's been moved around because like I said, they want project going into three. And additional projects that have been requested. So the first one, we got Eagle View Drive, West Cemetery Road, Highway 115 intersection realignment, utility extension projects. So there's no additional money needed there. We anticipate that, we're currently working on the design of that. We anticipate that that project would be put off for public bidding the end of this year, end of 24, beginning of 25, and we begin construction in the spring of 25. So since the fiscal years go July 1st to June 30th, we anticipate we may need a little bit of money in that for construction. Yeah, I'm sorry. So that's the third one down, Eagle View Drive, West Cemetery Road. We do have an additional 300,000 in there. The bulk of that is for the additional construction. So. I shouldn't say additional construction, but construction that would begin at the end of this upcoming fiscal year. Next one I got noted is the Highway 151 improvements, city participation. I think Nick inquired last month about where that was at, so I followed up, gave him a call, and they got their numbers finalized. They sent them to me for final review. So I gotta look through them, but the numbers are right, just a couple $100 below 262,000. Which I think we had earmarked 285 on that. East Cemetery Road Trail Extension Project. That's gonna get removed based on earlier discussions tonight. Water supply well number 4, the activation well. So the additional costs in that are mostly related to grading costs, additional costs needed for the future roadway, and contingency related costs. There are any funds left over in that project, those could get rolled over into the water supply treatment project. We anticipate that project, right now it's in DNR for review, and we anticipate that project to probably go out for bids this spring or early summer, fall construction of the observation well number 4. First Street reconstruction.
Shane, can I ask a question? Sorry.
Yep.
This water supply treatment, you say 325,000 available?
Water supply treatment.
Is that based on anticipation of an SRF loan? Because, I mean, we don't have any money borrowed for that yet. The treatment?
Treatment did pretty well.
That was the preliminary planning for the treatment.
Right.
And that project is, there's basically, that's come, the, Brian mentioned, monitoring the testing. So that project's pretty much done.
I'm talking about this $325,000 item here.
Right below the orange line.
It's
Yep.
gray.
Right
And
below
you say we have 325,000 available,
That's what was earmarked from last year, yeah.
but we don't have that. I mean,
Okay.
are you referencing the anticipation of an SRF?
Is that the design and planning loan for the SRF?
Not for the treatment, for the well,
So this is the planning for the treatment.
right? We don't have any,
Most of that's already been paid.
no. But I have a capital improvement fund for the water treatment, and it's negative because we don't have any funds
Okay,
earmarked for that yet.
okay.
That's why I'm trying to figure out where you're getting the 325,000, because I don't have it.
So if you look at the first page, It says water tank cleaner, new well cleaner. It's over gray line. It says dollars needed was 325. And that's the dollars that were just moved over from there.
But I understand your estimate, but I'm just telling you, we do not have that.
So it should be over in the needed still.
So you're saying that there's $325,000 needed there?
Yes. Because all of our ARPA money, we designate, and Lynn County's grant, we designated towards the well. And then we got the planning and development loan for design of the well. But this treatment
Nothing for
was,
treatment, yeah.
not anything's in place for that yet. That's the $17 million total project, right?
This is all the preliminary planning stuff.
Right.
We've
But
already done. And most of that's been billed and paid.
We haven't
Most of
paid
that-
you $325,000.
Most of that is, lead engineering and admin was 119, the planning and acquisition was 206. Yeah, I'd have to look back. at it,
Okay.
but
All right. We'll discuss that more, but move
Yeah.
that over.
I have that noted. Excuse me. All right, Church Street reconstruction. This project's been on hold. As it's currently shown on the CIP, it's anticipated that the design and right-of-way easement acquisitions will be completed this year. So assuming we get moving with the design on that, and that the sanitary sewer extension project connecting the sewer under Highway 151 and running south behind Sankin Shop and the adjacent properties will be completed as part of this project. The project will be publicly bid the end of 24, beginning of 25, with construction occurring in 2025. So that's assuming we start moving forward with that project. I know it was discussed last month, but that was of some interest to do. Timing of this thing could be an issue though, with the UP Railroad Vanderbilt Street issue. So if that is something that the council wants to move forward with, make that happen, we'll likely have to get the improvements on Vanderbilt Street at the UP Railroad crossing addressed this year. Because if we do this project with that access Vanderbilt Street to downtown will be closed, everything's gonna have to come in on Prairie to the north. And that's the direction that we're gonna have issues with trucks in on us, so. So if that's the case, I mean, that's something we could definitely remove from this year's CIP. But if it's high priority, then it kind of hinges on the Vanderbilt Street improvements at the UP Railroad crossing. 2022 water main extension project under the UP tracks, UP Railroad tracks. So this is the one we set a public hearing for earlier today. We think we're getting bids next week, public bids next week. We'll have the public hearing at the next regular council meeting in February. Hopefully be able to award that project. Construction is anticipated, I think, late April, May, sometime around there of 2024. Vanderbilt Street improvements at the Union Pacific Railroad. Talked about that in pretty good detail. We've got funding in place for that work. We've been waiting for the last several months on the UP if they're gonna have any additional costs for improvements along the track. John followed up with them a week or two ago, and they're like, well, we should know very soon. Same thing they've been telling for months now. So, we don't know if there's gonna be any cost. It's gonna be $100,000. If it's gonna be $500,000, we don't know. The council could throw some extra money in there, 100,200. If we get something back from the UP and it falls within that budget, then we can move forward and get it done this year. Or leave it at zero additional funds. That's up to council. If the UP does come back and we don't have the funding in place to address that, then we can submit an application for one of the road surface improvements funding through the DOT. And, that soonest I think could be available would be in 2026. It may be 2028 before that could be more available. And that would require, I think they would match 60%, the city would have to put in 20%, and the UP Road would have to put in 20%. So. Eagle View Drive Water Main Project. So. In the packet I handed out, I have an exhibit of that project, the Eagle View Drive Water Main Project. Is this one, and basically, we've added it on to the CIP for consideration for this upcoming year. It's a small section. It was part of the Eagle View Drive West Cemetery Road Highway 151 intersection improvement. They're extending that water main basically to the north side of advanced traffic. This additional project, we could just blend in with that intersection project. We basically extend the water main 400 to 450 feet to tie it into the water main that was installed as part of the Eagle View Drive improvements that the Spaskys did about 8-10 years ago. Some of you may recall that the water main was put in for public requirements, public standards, but it's since void at this point, so. Just something to consider, we're that close. Consider connecting it. So we had a little bit of funds for the design, water main easement for that. And we anticipate that construction might begin early in 25, have construction cost tied into that. The other one, another exhibit that I had in the packet was improvements on the road. And that exhibit's got basically on both sides of that sheet. Similar type of thing. There's been interest from the Spaskys to get sewer down to their subdivision that was completed here in the last couple of years. Where the Dollar General's at, they'd like to get sewer down there. And part of that project would also loop and connect the water main. And would also improve Stallman Road, which we anticipate is currently a seal coat road. Anticipate that'll get beat up with the bridge project and the intersection project, so it may be a good time to try to do all of that as part of that intersection project. So we'll do it on there for council's consideration. Similar type thing, we would do the design with that project. Put it out for bids with the Eagle View Drive, West Cemetery Road, Highway 151 intersection improvements, utility extension project. And then we get finished up when that's all done. We anticipate it being an asphalt road. Shallow ditch with some storm sewer on the west side with sidewalk to provide pedestrian access down to Dollar General, whatever other development that occurs at the Spaskys. Next one is design for the water main, for the water supply treatment in 115. So this is for the large project in Bellin, Africa. This would be the full design for the treatment supply, or water supply treatment facilities and well number 5. We anticipate that design beginning this summer and would extend through 26, or I'm sorry, through 25. We anticipate the project will get involved with bids late 25, early 26 for construction in 26, 27, and 28. Street culvert replacements on Angle Road. So this is Lynn County wanting to replace the culverts up at the northwest corner of the city limits, north of Apartment Heights. There's some old culverts there that they're looking at, their corrugated metal pipe culverts. So the county wants to get replaced, and half of that roadway is in the city. They came back and told us they anticipated probably about $80,000 to $100,000 to replace those culverts. And the city's participation amount would be about 50%, so about 50,000 on the high side for that.
And they do want to do that. I know it's talked about, but is that official that they want to go gold?
They would like to get it done, yeah. Now, if the city comes back and says we're not gonna do it, then that's pretty much all of it, but. Next on the list, we've got men's and women's restrooms at Hartman Heights Neighborhood Park and Prairie Creek Park. For dual restrooms, men's and women's at each of these two parks. Prices include block restrooms with little storage, a little bit of storage included with each restroom. Pricing also assumes the installation of sewer and water services. Prairie Creek Park, as well as some pavement renewal and replacement at Prairie Creek Park. There could be some savings if we could get those out for competitive quotes rather than public bidding. And if the council considered doing wood frame rather than block, there'd be some savings there too, so. Pavilion at Hartman Heights Park. So this would just be a simple pavilion, concrete slab, pavement slab. We have 50,000 budgeted for that item. That should be more than enough to do the pavilion, the slab, get electrical lighting to it, picnic tables, trash, grill. Amphitheater at the City Park and Athletic Complex. I think that Joe had earmarked 115,000 for that. I'm not sure where he came up with that number and what that all includes, but I know that he's looking for some sort of amphitheater down at the City Park. Library, building replacements, expansion, planning. So this is to hire architect engineer to provide some planning services to help the library establish a plan for a future building expansion or a complete rebuild. You see there's some. You have a question?
I saw that maybe you were trying to get an idea that 25,000 that we kind of earmarked into the budget would be enough. Did you find out any detail?
So, yeah, so I reached out to 4 architects. I heard back from 3. I got a second quote today. So based on, and I don't know exactly what the scope is, I assume maybe 5,000 to 10,000 from the engineer. And with the architects combined in there, we're in the range of 20 to 35,000 based on the 2 proposals we got. So 25,000, pretty close.
That's what we penciled in their budget now. So if you maybe want to change that to 25.
That's fine with me. I know the 2 quotes we got would be, ones should be right around 20, the other one's right around 35.
Okay.
And, you know, I haven't passed those on to Kathy or anybody with the library report, so I don't know. They may look at one and say this is more ideal, but I can definitely put in 25. And you're thinking that through the CIP, Cynthia?
What? Sorry.
Local option sales.
So you want to see that local option sales tax?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, that's where we're proposing it. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, not a go bond.
Yeah. Okay.
I do have some input on that. I know when they did that original building, they hired a very expensive.
Greg
firm.
Sunberg.
Yes, it was just, and they won all kinds of awards and it's just been the biggest pile of crap since they put it up. And I know one of the things we talked about was if space is an issue moving forward when they do the design, I would really like to see some basement area so that they have more storage. I don't know, like as far as the design of it goes, they're gonna push out to the south where they have the additional property until we look at, because I think doing a bigger facility won't happen for quite some time. So if we add an addition on to the south, I definitely would like to see it be more utilized. So if there could be a basement space that they could use for storage and things like that, even if it's not used for anything else, but.
If you do that just for storage, you have to put an elevator in.
If you have a basement, would you have to?
That's my.
Dumb waiter. Well, and if you turned it into a storm shelter, you might be able to get some grants for it.
I mean, if it's just one Yeah.
There you go, start shop.
I'm just,
There are grants out there for that.
City emergency fund.
Yeah.
I'd like to make the best use of the space if we can do that.
If you're gonna go that far, you can look at acquiring, the footprint of the old apartment complex for additional parking in that area.
Doesn't the bank already own that?
Yeah, they have that.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure they would love to share parking lot
I'm sure.
Okay, keep going.
Sorry.
Okay, existing sanitary sewer point repairs and sewer lining. So I think we have, 190,000 earmarked for that. Brian touched base on it a little bit. I don't know, Brian, do you remember, was it 6, 7 years ago, I think, the video, or 5, 6 years?
Like 16, yeah.
Video a good portion of the older sewer in town. We had it kind of on the 5-year plan, that was only in the 1-year plan, but we decided to move it up. So those videos don't become obsolete, try to take advantage of it and do some point repairs, this is lining. The thought is, and we're not quite sure if it'll take 3 years, 4 years to at least repair the sections of the sewer that have been videoed, but if we keep it under 190,000, we should be able to do that. We're just putting it out for competitive quotes. Try to keep the process as simple as possible.
Are you thinking to keep it at 190 each of those 3 years or total of 190?
Each of the 3 years.
Okay.
4 years, so the 2005 has numbers in there. And again, it's, we'd have to sit down and figure out, do we just say, okay, we've got X number of dollars, go do as much as you can, and these are the things we know, we got these point repairs, we got these sections we want to line, and just do as much as you can, or do we, specify these are the things we want repaired, we estimate it's gonna be 190 and put out quotes to see what comes in at. And there's different ways to tackle that, but. So. So the next few items are the nice participation, and those are the bigger sheets that I put on the council tables. And also with the packets I handed out, are the preliminary plat conditions for Hartman Heights and the revised preliminary plat conditions for Hartman Heights. So we go to the last one on the bottom of that sheet we're on the FY 2025 CIP, Hartman Heights participation in the reinforced concrete box culvert under the paved trail on Hartman Heights. A couple months ago, James Schrader requested that the city participate in those costs. So if you look at the preliminary plats in front of you, it could be one of those features, say at the top, preliminary plat sheet B 2.0. So that first sheet and then the sheet right underneath it are the original preliminary plat, and I have the different section of the trail and widened sidewalk highlighted there. The original preliminary plat. The original preliminary plat, there were 2 trails that were supposed to be around the pond, the wet pond. These 3 trails were installed by the developers with 50% reimbursement from the city for the Portland cement concrete pavement and the granular subbase. And you see, I have 13 by that, so that's condition number 13 under the plat conditions. There was also to be 50% reimbursement from the city for the widened sidewalks to be installed between the trails and the sidewalks located along the street. So those are the orange sections that basically connect the development, the subdivision to the trails. And that's for condition number 14. And in addition to this, with the original preliminary plat, the city had no participation in the wet pond outlet structure. So if you look at that second page, that second preliminary plat page, the big one, if you put that one over that you're looking at. Originally, they were looking at some sort of box culvert. They never got into the design of this particular layout, it changed with the revised plat. But I have it highlighted in yellow. So there was originally no city participation in that cost. And also any of the other culverts under the trails at that point with the original preliminary plat, the city had no participation in the culverts, so. Look at the, you're looking at preliminary plat sheet P 3.3. If you look to the left of that, so that kind of a zoom in of the wet pond and the trail. It also shows, I have highlighted in the subdivision, it runs along Morgan Street to the southwest. Highlighted in purple, it's an oversized storm sewer. That was originally part of that preliminary plat. So there's 48-inch, there's probably about 1,100 to 1,200 feet of 48-inch storm sewer and bigger. That would have had to have been installed with this original preliminary plat. So now look, the next sheet beyond that, if you look at the revised plat. And on the top of that sheet.
Which is the revised. DD or DD 101. All the dark streets on it. The one that I left of like.
This is the original, this is that oversized storm sewer, that's the removal of that. There's the revised in the plat. On the revised preliminary plat, the trail along the east side of that wet pond was removed. Because originally they were looking at basically just building that wet pond, absorbing that creek, but they couldn't do that, the DNR would not allow that. So they revised it, the trail on the east side of that wet pond got removed. They also changed the widened sidewalk on the southeast side of that wet pond located between Heartland Street and the trail. And they added the pedestrian bridge, which I think is highlighted in green on that sheet. So.
Why did the
Purple.
why did the east portion have to get removed? The east portion,
East Trail,
yeah.
so originally that pond was just gonna, the creek was just gonna basically dump into the pond on the north side, south of Beverly Road. And the creek would just go away, it was just gonna turn into a pond. But you can only disturb so many linear feet of a creek without getting a special permit. So the US Army Corps of Engineers and the DNR wouldn't allow that to happen, so they had to go back. And the original layout, then they didn't have room without really encroaching into the back of those residential lots on the east side, so that trail went away. So as part of that, these changes were made. They added the pedestrian bridge, which is number 14, condition number 14 on the revised conditions. So the trail costs. The revised preliminary plat removed several hundred feet of the oversized storm sewer also to the west. So if you look at the, you look at the preliminary plat, Now that creek that comes from the west. Now, they aren't really disturbing that creek, where before they were developing through it. And they were basically piping that creek through the subdivision. Now that creek is gonna remain, and they're gonna basically back lots up to it. So now the developers don't have 1,100, 1,200 foot of 48-inch plus storm sewer intakes, manholes. There's a lot of cost savings there that the developers no longer has. And then in exchange for that storm sewer, you can see there's the culvert under the trail, highlighted in yellow. And that's the culvert that Shane was requesting the city participate in. And then there's a culvert underneath Iowa Street to the west. So they have the costs in those culverts, understand, but they also have a lot less in storm sewer costs than they originally had, so. So with the revisions, there's significant cost reductions for the developers in the removal of the storm sewer through the subdivision. The city, there's also cost savings from the developer on that east trail that went away. There's also the widened sidewalk at the southeast side that was supposed to be 50-50, which now the city's taking over all of that, because it's now all trail. And the city is also participating 50% in the bridge. So I'm just trying to point out, you know, based on their request to participate in this box culvert, the city's taking on a lot of additional costs, which revised from the plat. The developers are seeing a lot of savings and storm sewer that they did not have to put in now because of these changes. And then those costs basically get moved over to these culverts that they're requesting the city to participate in. So
Can you put some numbers to that on what the changes, savings are, and extra participation they're asking for?
what they're asking for is 50% of that culvert is $151,000.
That's 50% or that's?
And I know you're talking 1,100 feet of 48-inch storm sewer. We're talking about a lot more money than that.
I think what Tom's trying to say is, can you put a number to all the things that they didn't do that they're savings?
Yeah.
So we can justify saying, we don't feel like we should pay for half of this culvert because you didn't have to put in all the intakes and all the trail and all the.
Yeah, I mean, I can throw it down some estimates.
Yeah.
Or
They
at
say,
the very least, just list everything, because they know what they saved there. I don't know if you actually have to tell them, but
Yeah,
I mean, they should be very aware that they're not doing that.
well, either way, I just wanted to point out those changes. So whatever decision you make, if you want to participate in that or not, make sure you understand those and take those into consideration, so. Going back up a couple of hours, make participation in the pedestrian grid. So, as you're all aware, the developers want to get this pond finished up. Drawing property that's tied to the pond. Get it finished and get it done with the city. One issue with that is, if you look at that. Look at these other drawings that I had over here. Yeah. Look at this drawing here that says wet pond plan sheet. There's a creek that comes down, there's the wet pond, that creek that comes across. And this is the pedestrian bridge that we're talking about. So there's a creek that comes down, this is the wet pond. This is the creek that comes across, and here's the pedestrian bridge. If the city is to accept that, currently the city does not have access to a good portion of that property.
Right.
Right now, the city can come off of Harbin Street and drive down to the creek here. There's no access, basically, if you put in the pedestrian bridge. If they don't put in the culvert, there's no access over to here. So I think they should put in the culvert, whether or not the city participates, and we can at least get access to the entire property. Now, on the north side, you'll see there's a field crossing used for farming, used for construction, or both. So the developers have put in a temporary culvert there. They use it to access both sides of the creek. It's basically a field crossing. It's a private crossing. It hasn't been permitted for city use. If the city is gonna utilize that, we have to get an easement, and it probably should be permitted properly through the DNR. So. The bridge participation has been in the CIP. I moved it up to this year. Because if the city wants to accept that, the city council should consider, how are we gonna access it? Now, there may be another way to do it on the board, if you wanna go ahead and get it permitted, and or have Shane and Bruce get it permitted. Get some sort of easement, or you go ahead and put the bridge in. And provide access to that west side. And then the last item under the FY 25 CIP is trail participation. Same type of thing, providing access to the property. You can look at doing the entire trail or a portion of the trail. They put in the culvert, and you get access, and the bridge goes in, and we get across. We can stop the trail here, and then we have access to the entire property. One of the reasons is gonna maybe, if we do want to put in at least a part of the trail, maybe not put in all of it. Ultimately, the sewer is gonna have to come up and service it, and we do not know which line at this time. If it runs up this way, and that trail is completely put in, we're probably gonna have to damage some of that trail. Yeah. So if we put in all of the trail, and we don't know if the sewer is gonna come this way, or if it come up through here. If we stop that trail, yeah, maybe here.
That's the over.
Or, well, somewhere in this area, get it out past the creek a little bit.
How soon does Bruce intend to start developing on the west side of that pond?
I think they wanna go north on 80th.
Yeah,
I think the west side of that is,
way down.
that'll be the last stuff to get developed, at least the last time I heard. So. I think we have, the trail we have marked 187,000, that's based on numbers that Shane had provided last January. I'd asked for updated numbers, haven't seen anything from them yet, but I assume 5% inflation and 5% contingency, so. If we did 2/3 of that, give or take, it'd be about 122,000. That's for reimbursement for the pavement and Ranger Sundays. Any questions with that?
I think the work. Said earlier, we get some numbers on savings as far as what. We don't have to, they don't have to participate in, but they're asking for us. To lay all that out, there's a lot of layers there. Just need some numbers to decide where to go with what, and want to release that back to Fairfax. That's not weird.
To be continued Monday night. Might as well stay here till then. Thanks. Okay. So a couple of things, maybe Cynthia will be updated before Monday. Routine will have.
Yes.
A couple
Yeah.
things before
Yeah.
Monday. Budget meeting,
Yes.
okay. So speaking of. Let's move on to item number 31. I think everybody's brains are disengaged. Do best we can remaining of the agenda. Anything else you want to share about the budget under item number 31, Cynthia?
Well, again, just to point out that, the proposed, tax levy information is keeping it at 810. The change, is removing $36,737 from our, regular levy, taking our limit to 7.86408. So I'm suggesting you just fill that amount in on the insurance line, which leaves you at 810 and gives you, as I stated earlier, the 233,455 increase in general fund property tax. You know, we'll discuss this more, but you have to decide on this by your February meeting so that we can let Lynn County know, because then they have to put out this notice, mail out the notice in March. So that was all. I just wanted to show you that so you had some time to kind of think of it or review it.
So basically, we haven't levied separately for any items per se, but in order to maintain our current levy rate, Cynthia is recommending that we pull out the insurance costs and show that as a separate levy, and then we'll just stay the same as our levy rate.
Yeah, and that wouldn't cover our entire insurance costs for the year, but I just figured how much we were not getting if we had kept the 810.
We basically are finding a way to keep it.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. And then, I got the meeting schedule in there again. Monday is our special. And then in March, you'll, have, 2 special meetings on the same night, that last week in March. And then, the budget spreadsheets there, it will be filled more in by Monday. So I will actually give you a printed copy in front of you on Monday, in addition to the packet. But that's got a lot of the information filled out. Did you want to go through that today?
You mean this morning? That meeting schedule on March 12th, I don't know if it matters to others, that is spring break,
I'm gone.
probably be gone.
I am gone.
So
So I
do we
don't know
want
if
to
we need to reschedule, maybe, I guess I was gonna bring that up too. I don't know why it always happens to fall that stupid week, but it does.
That's our regular meeting, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, it's,
what other groups are you? What's the Tuesday before that?
It's early.
Maybe the 5th?
Okay.
5th?
I can do it early, I don't know if I can do it late.
Isn't there something that has to be sent in right after the 12th, like in your budget process that has to be sent out?
Well, you have to decide on the levy in February so that I can have that entered for the county by March 1st. If you have your meeting on March 5th and finalize the budget hearing publication, that actually helps me. It gives me more time to, get it to the paper. It's the 26th is the quick turnaround.
The 2 meetings, yeah.
For that, the full budget hearing, publication, because our April meeting's kind of early, it's the 9th, so I think I have to actually send it to the Gazette maybe the day before the Tuesday meeting when you approve it. But thank you, state legislature.
Right.
So what's being suggested, March 5th?
Would everybody be available?
I believe I won't be here with that.
Yeah, I don't like.
Good.
So that would give us 1, 2. Just 3 weeks in between council meetings. What it looks like, maybe February 13th to March 5th. Okay,
Oh, that
Yeah.
distance, yeah.
look at one more thing. Okay,
So that's a go.
sounds like it.
All right,
Anything else on that topic
no,
tonight?
No.
Okay, so that takes us to, the claims list. Have you looked through the claims? Have any questions on bills to be paid?
Can there be more context, but some of the, like, Omni site streets, 1160? Like,
Brian.
That's for,
I'm picking one right now.
no, that's fine, we'll go, that's a, program that monitors the lift stations. And, will alert us to, issues that would arise with, either the floats or generators or stuff that's related to the lift stations and the sewer system.
So that's not streets. Tina's got a wrong description in it. She's got streets by Omni.
Yeah, I'm just saying, if there's like another column, we had like just a brief description of what these things are. Some are obviously self-explanatory, but not all of them are.
Yeah, that's a once a year, so that doesn't only show up once.
Yeah, we would just encourage you, I guess, to ask whatever questions you want. We understand that you're new and you may need to ask more.
I don't know if you want that.
I bring the claims right up here with you. You can look at every invoice if you want.
Right there, the big file.
But if she's got Omni marked as streets, I need to have her correct that.
Yeah, I don't know why I didn't look at that, because I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure I didn't put it that way.
Any other questions on my things? We have a motion to approve the payment. Second,
So yes.
all in favor? Thank you. Citizens not on the agenda.
No.
Anyone like to talk?
I got one thing.
Okay,
Agenda item number 13, did you guys talk much about the zoning downstairs for M1?
Agenda item number 13 is, the future land use map.
Yeah.
What about it?
Did you guys talk about your,
Proposal?
down there
They just made recommendations and the council
for next meeting?
for next meeting.
They do have a recommendation?
Perfect. Why? Oh,
Because we didn't suspend the rules for the third reading.
we,
We're waiting for some
No, that's not the future land use. That's the rezoning.
rezoning.
oh, I think.
They're done with the rezon. The P and Z's done with the
Or I'm
rezon.
sorry, 12.
The rezoning. P and Z's done with the rezoning.
I thought you guys were looking at all the descriptions of the M1 and M2. No?
Well, P and Z did discuss the uses within M1 and M2. Is that what you're talking about?
But that's not item 12.
Yeah, item 12 is just straight up rezoning. But the uses of, light industrial have been reviewed by P and Z. You guys would have set a public hearing date for that.
we did,
Okay, so those changes will be on what do we set it for, the February council meeting?
yeah,
Okay. That ordinance, what P and Z has recommended for you, council to change. And I'm speaking out of my head here because I don't have it in front of me. I believe it's line. Pretty late.
It's been
Okay,
late.
now, wait a minute. We did not set a public hearing date for the light industrial changes. We set a public hearing date for the vet clinic changes.
But within that, there's also light industrial on that. Vet clinic's going into light industrial and also C2 is what P and Z is recommending.
That's what they set the public hearing date for.
Right.
He's asking about a more comprehensive review, I think,
Yeah.
of the light industrial
Yes,
use.
they did review it, and these are the two changes they come up with, that you will be seeing in March.
We'll see it next month.
Right, but I can
So
tell you
can we
what
see
they are.
those change, yeah, cause I'm confused, I
So-
don't think that's the intent.
Did you guys read the minutes from the P and Z from last one?
In the package.
I don't brains that Friday.
I'll look through it.
Yeah, they did go through it. We went through it fully. There was two changes recommended. One is to add the vet clinic with the cremation services as part of it. They want to add that. They're recommending that you add that both in light industrial and C2, highway commercial. The only other changes within light industrial was the line 17, which is what I have used to allow the regen site. We discussed this at council.
The recycling part.
Right, they added the word recycling to that. It basically described recycling but never said recycling. So what they're recommending is that starts with recycling. As far as noise, smoke, I forget some of the other items you brought up.
Document we had was December, nothing's really changed a whole lot.
Nothing's changed much in that section, no.
So,
All those things that you had mentioned, and me and Z did go back and review the footage from the owl. The chairman did, he was here actually for a bit, Jeff was. Those items are all covered by OSHA standards, things like that. There's no reason to reinvent the wheel on any of this.
Yeah, there is. I'm sorry, but I don't want somebody from the factory saying, well, your thing says we can do that, but OSHA will, and then you're saying it's fine because OSHA will take care of you. I just assume have it very clear that they can't do a certain type of activity, so we don't have to look to OSHA to decide what's in our best interest. I just assume not have anything that makes sense. I want to make sure that there's certain things that just can't happen there.
Like I say, P and Z reviewed it, I suggest you read the minutes. And the changes they did, recommend we clear next month.
That's fine. Right.
Anything else from citizens? Not on the agenda that would like to talk. Okay, I have a couple of things. I'll try to make it quick. Number one. Tremendous thank you to all the city staff, as far as anybody left, not even thank, but I was involved with the snow removal during our recent horrible events that we're not done with yet. Number two. Next, Chris has broken through the Cedar Rapids barrier and has communicated with their, what's Jennifer Platt's? The planning
Authority or something.
At a planning.
They have communicated and we have a soft opening meeting with a couple of Cedar Rapids staff next week to start talking about annexation boundaries. This meeting's gonna be real low key, so just a couple of us are gonna go visit with them, and then as we continue on, we will probably be inviting a council member potentially and other staff to join us as we start narrowing it down. This one's just kind of, let's play nice, feel what's going on, and yay, you're finally talking to us, so. We'll see.
Finally got a response.
Finally got a response. So that is good. Okay. Item number 3. As you recall, at the January 9th city council meeting, a statement was read by the council, and in that statement, it stated that, quote, Regis Arp purchased their property at 25 East Cemetery Road in 1963. Since then, Tom Arp purchased part of or all of the farmland and buildings from Regis Arp. End quote. Tom Arp contacted me today and indicated that he has never purchased any farmlands or buildings from Regis Art. The farmland owned by Tom and his wife Patricia on East Cemetery Road was purchased in 1991 from a non-family member, and no buildings were included. Tom's asked that this information be publicly corrected at the February 13th city council meeting. So I'm just sharing that information with you. And that's all I have.
All I have is that we've gotten 13 applications for the maintenance position. We've narrowed it down to maybe 5 to interview, and we'll be trying to start setting up those interviews maybe next week.
The key to getting more applications seemed to be putting it out on Indeed.com. And Cynthia's had to monitor a lot of activity, and she made them go through all the proper steps, and we still came up with several, so that is good.
Before we read that, Tom, our correction, I'd like to have actually proof of that. You can provide proof of that purchase.
You did already, and
Did.
it's on the assessor's website, you can see it yourself, yeah. Anything else, Cynthia? That it?
Nope.
A motion to adjourn? Second.
Wait, seconded already.
All in favor? Thank you, everybody, for hanging in there. We've done the 11 before, I don't know about after.
This is the record for the one. Not for that.